seconds. T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
That's the way we do it. Excuse me, I got a little holiday spirit in my throat. Hello, everyone joining us, viewers watching the live show, and everyone watching the replay in Europe because you're sleeping right now. Really appreciate everybody being here. I know it's the holidays, so definitely extra appreciations all around. Jethro, what's going on in Texas, my friend?
Oh, not a whole heck of a lot, you know. Just recreating the cat video over and over. Meow.
Kind of your job,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah. They
this is a
love
live
it
action version he's doing.
Yeah, they love it at work. I assure you.
I won't stop showing it to them at work.
You set it up as their email sounder.
Hello, Barbara. How are things in the living room?
They're lovely. Just lovely.
You did a great job decorating.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
I might bake cookies.
Look who decided to show up.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Jay, anything you want to add before I bring in a
bring in the target of our show.
Oh, well, Santa, is it really you?
Oh my god, I have the hiccups. Give me a moment.
Somebody else has had some Christmas spirits.
Wait, don't tell me you're stoned.
No,
I'm actually completely sober right now. I just have the hiccups for some reason.
My doctor said that vaping is good for that.
Your doctor sounds like a bit of a quack.
Yeah.
I don't know. Doctor, I'm just kidding.
Barbara, did you hear what she called you?
I am not a doctor. I play one on TV, but I'm not a doctor.
I play one in the living room.
I could tell he was a doctor because he was sleeping in front of the pharmacy.
Because he jumped over the pharmacy counter and helped himself.
No, I wrote my own prescription. I'm fine.
His rates were quite reasonable.
Oh,
I thought it was a bit early to get the prostate exam, but he thought it was time.
All right. Look at all our friends in the chat that showed up. Are you all Jewish?
Hello to everyone.
Great.
Mazel tov.
Oldest Gamer is here. Appreciate you showing up. Doing a little tweeting with you earlier. Jamma Lamma, the patron saint of B-roll. Thank you for showing up. Eraserhead's here. Hello. Stu Penzo is here. What's up? Who else have we got
Drew
here?
Gordon sighting, R2, Waylon Bocephus.
Welcome, everyone.
Or, as is normally mentioned, Bocephus.
I thought it's Bocephus.
It's Bocephus, but everyone mispronounces it. Yeah. Oh, Phil just saw our opening for the first time. See what happens if you're on time?
Wow.
Thank you.
Parkville is here. All right. Fantastic. It looks like it. Drew Gordon. Hello. My goodness.
Hello, everyone.
Anyone on the panel have any interesting holiday plans or anything they want to share?
I'll just be traveling a bit.
Yeah, I'll be cooking on Sunday, and I've got 2 videos to get out. That's about it.
Nice. What are your videos?
Aquaman 2 and Rebel Moon.
Wow.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
brutal. Yeah.
You know what? Hot take. Didn't totally hate Aquaman 2.
Really?
Yeah. Lot of problems. Don't get me wrong. Lot of issues with it. I thought though it was better than the first one. I think it's probably the best DCEU film that they've put out. And I say that as someone who only watches Man of Steel for the Henry Cavill scenes. So
Well, at least you've got a vested interest in watching it at all.
yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, so yeah, I don't know, didn't totally hate. Again, lots of problems. Lots and lots of problems, but I would gladly put it on in the background and have no issues with it.
Okay. That seems to be
Wow. That's a ringing endorsement as far as I'm concerned.
Right. I know.
Yeah. And I'm
Yeah, I
on
mean,
the
the best DCEU is like going to the oncologist and he goes, no, the good news is you have the best kind of cancer to get.
seems to be where Hollywood is going. Who has not seen -1 yet?
I still have not.
Ooh, fired.
I'm planning on seeing it this weekend at some point.
They've extended the U.S. run till January 3rd, I think now. So
yeah.
And
What a novel concept. Let's see. We're going to put out a movie, and if people pay to see it, we're going to keep extending it until they stop paying to see it.
and they're releasing a black and white version.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which
Oh, that's
one minus
excellent.
color.
That's
because
excellent.
I bet they punch it up and it's not just desaturated or whatever. I bet they
No, have you not seen some of the trailer?
Not yet. No.
I didn't know they put out a trailer for it.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember whose stream I was on that showed it. And the interesting thing is that it's black and white, and it also now the sad thing is they didn't put film grain on it. I know it was the drinker, I think, that had it.
I'm okay without fake film grain.
Yeah, I can just go in drunk and get the film grain. So.
Yeah, exactly. I got enough, get hit in the head. The floaters will be the film grain for me.
If you want film grain, you should strike a print and then play the shit out of it. That's what you should do. You should, you shouldn't
spill some coffee. Yeah,
cigarette burns in it.
But when I saw it, it wasn't just hi, it's just black and white and call it a day. I don't know, because I was kind of hoping that they would get to one of the effect shots to see if they did like old school Bloom, to try and make it look more like the classic stuff.
Yeah, a little more burned in.
Right.
I'm excited either way. Santa came early and gave us some AMC gift cards. So
excellent.
And there's nothing else I want to see that I know about. Anybody
That's
else?
the best kind of come to get.
I would not say no to The Boy and the Heron.
Okay, all right, yeah, I do love.
I did see that.
How was it?
I mean, I think you should go in as blind as you can. Like that's what I did, and I was like, yeah, that's a really rewarding watch. It's like,
is
I don't
it
think
a
it's
tearjerker?
What's that?
Is it a tearjerker like most of their stuff?
I think it's like emotionally effective and maybe not. I wouldn't necessarily call it a tearjerker, but it is definitely, you definitely feel things and it gives you stuff to chew on afterwards.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Would you say that it's Miyazaki's best film, like many others have said? Do you agree with that?
No, I don't think I would say that. But I do think it like the themes that that it focuses on are they're pretty thoughtful, and I think that it is something that maybe comes with a great deal of time and experience, like to get that sort of perspective. Yeah.
All right.
But to say that it's his best, I mean, that is so subjective because he was hitting them out of the park for a while.
Forever.
Yeah, he hasn't really had a flop, has he?
Yeah. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's like the inverse of the DCEU, where it was like, oh, it's the best of the worst of Miyazaki. Still a movie
Yeah.
you want to see. Yeah.
if I was going to pop in any of them, it would probably be Michael Keaton as the flying pig. Like that's like that's really kind of my favorite because that's the one I could just like I could watch that right now.
Mhm.
Can we watch that right now? Do we have to watch this fucking Satan?
A question we pose ourselves every damn week. No, this is our penance.
So when I was in Japan in the 90s, I watched Grave of the Fireflies at my friend's house, and in Japanese without subtitles, it's still like pulled on my heart. Like it was still like you get it. It's good enough as a quote unquote silent.
I was thinking about that a bit because I watched the 8-hour EFAP on the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and there are certain I think really good movies. You could have no subtitles and speaking in a different language, and you would figure out with the acting, with the shot setup, with the sounds, both diegetically and the score. You would get the feeling. You would know that this is important, right? That these are things where there's a high, there's a low, and
understanding the basics of the story as well.
Right. The visual and audio storytelling would be sufficient to at least get the main points across and the emotion of it. The dialogue simply just adds depth to it and subtlety.
Yeah,
when done well.
That was
sadly
definitely
that's
the
not
case.
what's happening in modern cinema,
and not in Hollywood. No, not anymore. All right, cool. Well, maybe we'll go see that. I really want to see the black and white -1 though. Oh my god.
Oh, that would be fantastic too. Although I doubt seriously it's going to be at our AMC cinema.
AMC.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens.
yeah. Isn't the minus color is that a Japan only release right now?
No, I think it's coming here.
Oh, is it
now it's in Japan, but yeah, it's coming here.
Okay,
I heard.
I don't think it's here yet.
No, not yet. But hats off to them. Well done, Toho, and all that skeleton crew that put that masterpiece together.
Yeah,
it renewed my faith. It really did.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you have a few people who are skilled and give a shit. Versus, yes, we have all the people and all the money, but nobody knows what the fuck they're doing and nobody cares.
You mean quality over quantity can apply to Hollywood too?
Well, I mean, quantity has a quality all of its own, but the actual competence, oh look, I'm going to storyboard every fucking thing. Oh, that's an idea. Maybe that'll save us a ton of money.
And my ride's here.
And my data's here. Then the
does anyone have $20?
yeah.
I didn't know you paid more than 10 usually for that kind of thing.
Well, the Uber was included, so he had to cover that.
It's fine, Jeff. It's not too loud.
But I think the look at we've talked about the absence of good small studio type stuff to include things like Roger Corman, where Cameron learned to do effects on a low budget but still do them with with quality, hence Battle Beyond the Stars.
Well, there's a nice segue,
right?
Yeah.
Which he then transitions over and begins to use more and more. But the thing about Corman is no, you get $8. $8 is the fucking budget. Here's the tools and all that, and you have a lot of people that are learning their craft on the job as apprentices essentially, and they learn it well. Versus now it's like, oh, you have a degree, you can direct, or God help us, Zack Snyder, I direct, I can write, but you can't sign your own name. What the hell are you writing for?
No, it harkens back to the original Godzilla where everything they did, they were making up on the spot. There were no special effects people when they were making the original Godzilla. It was just workers. It was just people. Here, outline this with a marker, and then they, negative print it, and it turns into Godzilla's glow or whatever.
Yeah, and you have so many people coming up in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s that the independents who learned with Super 8 home cameras. Making stuff in the background, right? Doing stop motion things. And then when they actually got access to better equipment, they already had the basic skills because you had to learn with constraints, which is the best way to learn.
Yeah,
And then they, I have access to things. I can do this, but better.
a lack of
Yeah.
resources is the ultimate fire for creativity.
Yes. You can't have creativity without some sort of constraints.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like every band that's blown up, and become big, and I don't like the term sellout, but once they get paid, it's like it generally
Yep.
falls off 90% of the time.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it's it's hard to stay hungry and have that edge. I remember watching an interview with Dee Snider where he's like, yeah, Twisted Sister finally hits, and then what the hell are we going to do? I mean, I can't talk about how angry and angsty I am when I'm sitting in my $1 million mansion and in the hot tub, and all they do is a bunch of covers of shit music.
Yeah, and it also got like the too many cooks thing as well. Like as soon as
that's a whole nother issue now.
got
But
more money.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
But
Well,
I
think
know it's go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jethro.
Oh no, I was going to change the subject. So
So one thing I think that we see.
Do you have a segue?
No, I do not. It was going to be
no, he has to walk everywhere.
It's going to be really sloppy.
Put the dog on.
The thing about what you don't see happen now, because everybody is operating in bubble boy mode with no, you can't criticize or whatever, right? Failure is always an orphan, right? You're stuck with it, right? The whoever is most responsible owns the failure for the most part, right? And they learn. Success suddenly has everybody claims that they were involved with it and all that, right? And you don't learn as much from success as you do from failure. And so you need to have that, right? As part of your experience early on. You need to fail to learn the good, the good hard lessons that will really serve you. And when it's just, oh, you did a documentary, here's $300 million. Oh shit.
Well, I think what's going on with those giant budget Hollywood movies is that they know that they're not going to give these directors any control. They just need a face. They just need to put someone's name on it, and they tell them what to do every step.
You will be in the role of director. We will tell you what you're going to do in your lines.
We got a Sam Raimi movie without any Sam Raimi.
Yeah, without any flavor of Sam Raimi,
Yeah.
Not at all.
I'm sure he's thrilled to work on that shit too.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe if it buys him a house.
Yeah, he's like, fine. How much? Okay. Yeah.
He's owned it.
I can make like 100 Bubba Hoteps for that. I'm good.
Yeah. Well, as long as
like
we all
Michael Caine is Jaws money.
His Jaws.
I didn't like the movie, but I liked the beach house it bought.
Right.
He earned
exactly.
it. He earned it. I have no ill will towards people that have earned it.
That's right. That's right.
And he didn't stop acting. You know what I mean?
No.
I don't begrudge any, especially an actor, right? The working actor kind of thing where look, they were going to pay me. I did it.
Hey,
I actually acted. I did my part. Shame I didn't have any influence in the script. But this is I was here to do my part. If everybody else dropped the fucking ball, well, that's on them.
Yeah.
People like Michael Caine never phoned it in. You know what I mean?
No.
Rarely. I'll say rarely. Like
there's a few where you're like,
Jaws the Revenge is definitely getting phoned in, but
but he didn't give up. Like,
was he in the sequel to the Poseidon Adventure? Or was it the original?
I don't think I've ever seen the sequel to the Poseidon Adventure, but he's not in the original.
Yeah, so it's a sequel. It is. He is. Yeah. It's a long distance phone call. He's calling.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
That's
fun.
Waylon thinks he phoned it in as Alfred. I liked him as Alfred a lot. I thought
I liked him as Alfred. I did too.
I think he was replaying the role that he played in The Prestige to a large degree. Okay. But again, that's a fine performance to go ahead and do a greatest hits of. Yeah,
fair enough. Okay, well, we don't have Michael Caine tonight. I know you guys were all excited.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
I will eat your brains and gain your knowledge. We have the weirdest Christmas movie I could get my hands on with a modicum of not getting shut down on the live stream. So
Now this is the origin for the last Boy Scout, right?
sure.
Good old
What?
Satan Claus. Do you not remember the last Boy Scout with the daughter that does Satan Claus
Okay.
instead of Santa Claus?
Yeah.
So this must clearly be it. It's Satan and the devil, or Santa and the devil. So, I mean, this has
So
to
this is
be
a
the origin
Krampus
story.
movie then. is
They
what
they
you're
smash together. They become Satan Claus.
You will get a case of the Krampus if you watch
It's
this.
a prequel. Oh yeah.
Take
Don't
some
watch
Milo.
this. Don't watch this movie 15 minutes after swimming. Is that how the?
Something like that.
It's got a Mr. Yuck on the when you buy the DVD.
Oh, Mr.
Yeah.
Yuck reference +1.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
there's a lot of Santa horror movies, especially recently. I mean, they've always been a
Yeah.
thing. I know Vex watches a lot of horror. Yes.
Yes, that's a fair assessment.
What are some of your favorite Christmas horror movies that you've seen?
I don't have any favorite Christmas horror movies. They're all garbage.
Great. Moving on.
You don't like Rare Exports?
Yeah, I love Rare Exports. I don't know that I would call that a horror movie.
Really?
I mean, it's
That's
not
gory.
that much horror. There's certainly some some suspense and it's almost like a mythic movie. But
He's creepy.
I don't know it.
Really,
Yeah,
No,
it's
I don't.
fun. It's
It's
definitely worth a
Finnish-
watch.
it's a
I
Finnish
like it,
movie,
yeah.
and it's
Finland. Okay.
it's seriously
Ah.
based because there's no women in it. So that's a bonus.
So it's gay?
Well, I mean, not really, because there's some little kids, and I don't think we want that going on.
That's
Kids
a
can be
ton.
gay. How dare you be so?
Well, it's
you know,
prepubescent, so
phobic.
they're not really going to qualify yet.
That's not what I'm told. I'm told that you can be trans as a baby. So
Well, you can. I cannot. But the thing about Rare Exports is it everybody kind of calls it a Krampus movie. That's wrong. It's really about Santa Claus, but this kid. You have these two interesting things. So you have this little kid who is beginning to suspect there's something a bit off about this whole Santa thing. And then you have these people that are mining on top of this big mountain, and they're foreign. You have some Americans, Brits, and stuff like that. And it's very hush hush and secretive. And this is in the area where the Sami people live in Finland. And so then there's the kid begins to investigate, and he realizes we've kind of been told some lies about Santa Claus. He specifically mentions Santa Claus isn't that Coca-Cola thing that they tried to sell us. He's a much darker figure, and that the Sami.
I'm crushed. I'm ruined now.
I know, and the Sami had enough of Santa, like a couple of centuries back, and had lured him into a lake and frozen him. And then the mountain is essentially the tomb they encased him in. Now you have this crazy British guy who is obsessed with Santa Claus, who is trying to dig him up. And the thing I love the consistency of like the mythos and how they turn it a bit, right? So the warning signs for working on that mountain is don't curse, don't do things, right? Essentially the don't be naughty list.
Yeah.
And there's a reason, because somebody eventually fucks up and does get mad, and that's the end of him.
Don't feed him after midnight either.
Yeah. Well, and then the idea of Santa's elves, why Santa can be in all of these places doing these things, it all gets explained, and not with magical bullshit about I travel faster than the speed of light. But the kid has figured out that he needs to have a spanking
down the stairs there.
Right, he needs to have a spanking because he doesn't want to be naughty and have Santa and his elves come get him.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and it's and then it is a really good movie.
Yeah,
and it was made in 2010. Is that right, Jethro?
I believe. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's 2010. Yeah.
2010. Okay. Yeah. Because it has been a while. Yeah. And if you need to go retro and you don't want to go with one of those titles that already gets thrown out a lot, I recommend Don't Open Until Christmas, which does not have a killer Santa. It has a killer that hates Santas.
Did Red Letter Media do that one? That sounds really familiar.
No,
Vinegar
that's
Syndrome put it out not too long ago.
that's Silent Night, Deadly Night 3. the one with Mickey
Bill Mosley.
Mickey Rooney as the toy maker, and then the kid whose name is Joe Petto. Okay, all right. And the hilarious thing is he has Petto's Workshop, toy store. I don't know that you want to go to that.
Geppettos, y'all.
It's Petto, but it's Petto's, and they're like, "Hey, I'm going to take the kids over to the Petto toy store." No, you're not. No. That's a bad idea.
That's brilliant. It's been in front of us the whole time.
The whole
Joe
time.
Petto.
Well,
Why didn't I see this? He's been my babysitter.
all right. Enough film discussion. It's not what we're here for. So not to plug, but tomorrow I have to do two hosts with Uninspired.
Die Hard, right?
Joe Rogan, real early in the morning. Yeah, we're gonna do Die Hard, so it's super early for me. We're not gonna do a super long show tonight. We'll go 4 hours or whatever. So
just 4 hours.
Yeah.
Just 4 hours. The bare minimum.
A light snack.
Black
We
out,
do.
it goes by really quick. Sorry. So
Those Christmas spirits are already starting to hit him. Yeah, I don't know if 4 hours will make.
Tonight we're climaxing early.
Oh,
Oh
my.
Oh,
my.
I'll have what Jethro's having.
It was hard to find a Christmas movie that was public domain. This one's barely public domain. Shout Factory is laying some kind of bullshit claim to it, but it says we're allowed to show it. I don't know if they did the remastering of it. Obviously, there's a MST episode or riff tracks with this movie. The only other option that we had was Santa Claus Conquers the Martians, which, if you've ever seen, is one of the most awful.
It's so bad.
I think I have seen that. It was like I'm trying not to go to sleep in the middle of this shit show.
It's awful.
It's so bad that even MST3K struggled to make it watchable.
It does have a young Pia Zadora as one of the children.
That's true.
And that's about the only interesting thing about that movie. Like, it just drags. It is.
Yeah, it's not the so bad it's good. It's bad and boring.
Really boring.
So the Magic Christmas Tree, that's not public domain.
I don't know that one.
Oh, you've never seen a Magic Christmas Tree? Man, you should check out that's a fun movie.
Is that the animated?
No, it's in black and white, and this boy gets Santa's powers because he's tied him up, and he then just does some like very absurd, naughty things that can be explained through like camera tricks, like speeding up the film.
There's a young boy having things done to him, is what you're telling me?
No, he ties down Santa.
He hates
the boy
Santa,
has kidnapped Santa. He's kidnapped Santa and stole his magic.
So it's a young psychopathic serial killer whose target demographic is people in Santa suits.
So now he's turning the tables and graping the adults instead.
Yes,
that's smart. I like that.
Yeah.
That's
He's
a
got the
revenge
power. That's right.
Yeah.
My expectations have been subverted.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys.
Well, maybe next year. Maybe next year we'll do Magic Christmas Tree.
Barbara?
Just one more plug. Stupenzo's doing a Godzilla stream Christmas Day.
Oh, marathon. Yes.
And
marathon.
I'll be on and off for that one.
I'll be
depending on how Christmas goes.
Yeah.
Wait, Adam, aren't you one of the guests on that?
I'm going to be there. I just don't know because it's Christmas Day.
Oh, how
much
long
time I'm gonna
right.
Yeah.
devote. But I am a Godzilla aficionado. And
as soon as he said that, I was like, oh, I know somebody that's going to be on this panel.
Yeah, so I've got a lot of useless trivia to throw at that, and I'm definitely going to be there. Barbara's going to stop in. Well, it's Christmas, so depends. You know, if we flip a table early and dinner gets ruined, I'll be on all night. So without further ado, let us check out Santa Claus versus the Devil, which is generally known as just Santa Claus. This is a Mexican production. It was edited just a little bit and tidied up for English audiences. It's fucking weird. It's borderline psychedelic. And
my wife immediately said, I love the trailer. And I said, what?
The trailer's getting good hits, actually.
Mm.
All right. Here we go.
There he is.
Santa, we've really come up with a winner this year.
I hope so, boys. This is a special holiday message to moviegoers all over the world.
Thanks. Have we ever let you down?
You boys had better get it right this time, or I'll break your knees.
Oh my.
Look at the hips on those guys.
Oh yeah.
And you think how all those
I'm starting to feel like I'm going into rut.
That's
Right.
generally how we show the features on the channel.
Let's be clear. The Santa hoping everything works out. It didn't, because you're on fucking B-sides now.
That's right.
I think we went horribly wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, but we show our standalone features. I always put a little short at the beginning, so I figured I'd treat you guys to that tonight.
El Diablo.
See?
La niña pobre.
Everybody got Kleenex?
Oh my God, this really may be Santa versus Jesus. Jesus, but
this
anyway.
is a Spanish film?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
Mexican.
you might have noticed it from
Oh,
the.
how dare you? I only watch films with white people in them. Why have you done this on Christmas?
What kind of guilt are you holding on to?
Feliz Navidad.
Perhaps they'll be wearing whiteface. I mean, this is B-sides after all.
It's true.
Hey, Tom's here. Saw your latest video, Tom. I really liked it. Good job.
Yeah, for the opening credits, I just want like a terrible medley of. Christmas.
Efe, would you say that I have a plethora of pinatas?
Oh, how appropriate. White Bear's here.
Hello, White Bear.
Heidi, thanks for coming by.
Mexico is in quotations. What does that mean?
Mexico.
In Mexico. Wow. Say that
Made-
3 times.
Made by real blackstronauts.
Away up in the heavens, far out in space, in a beautiful
Is that audio
golden
okay
crystal
for everyone?
palace right above the North
Yeah.
Pole,
Yeah.
lives a kind and jolly old gentleman.
Well, he's kind of weirding me out.
Also
You know, I don't know if you could turn that down.
This is no Burl Ives.
friend of boys and girls everywhere. But let's move in for a closer look.
Do we have to? Okay.
Yeah, you
Oh.
have to.
Show me
Why
on the
is-
angel where Santa touched you.
Rubbing him pretty hard there.
Mhm. Bad touch Santa here.
Yoda!
Now get in my bed.
Oh, Archie's seen this.
It's almost Christmas, and I must finish the toys for all the good children on Earth.
What,
I
did
hope
fucking
you'll
sneak
pardon
up
me,
on
but
you?
know
Come
I
on,
mustn't be
dude,
late.
get with it.
It's very tan for a second.
And he lives in the Taj Mahal.
It's only a month. Hey, Cowboy people, thanks for joining us.
I do not like where this is going. Sir, put the organ down.
I know I'm digging it playing with a giant box.
Stop handling your organ, Santa.
Hey, boxes, organs.
We don't need you stuffing any stockings this time.
Do you know any Metallica?
Santa brings joy and happiness to all of the Earth's children. These little helpers are from Africa.
That's slavery.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Well, we're just getting started. folks.
Okay, maybe I will like this film.
I'm glad Santa holds on to like a lot of children. You know,
Those are the naughty ones.
He doesn't just deliver toys. He also just keeps them too. He
These
likes
are the naughty ones. The naughty ones have to serve in his space platform.
This makes It's a Small World look sensitive.
You will all sing and I will clap. I am Santa. You will churn the butter.
He's literally got them in a prison. Look at how depressing those gray walls are.
From China.
Yeah.
I mean, don't be naughty.
Oh, here we go. From China.
Yeah.
That's
Why
what
does
they
that girl
like.
look like she got Down syndrome?
Oh,
Oh,
Because she's
everyone.
Chinese, Vex.
Good point. This must have been right when the single child policy was
Why is
kicking
she
in.
holding? Why is she holding a drink umbrella?
That's what I'm saying.
she knew
Well,
I
it was either that or the Road Gang.
This ain't no Barbara Stanwyck show.
Boys and girls from England.
Oh,
toothless, pale, miserable.
Yeah, I don't want to see the British kids either. I
No.
agree with this.
Yeah,
movie.
that's a weird
down.
one.
Yeah, I don't want to see that at all.
They're here. Just trust us. They're here.
Yeah.
Japan.
Everyone looks so happy.
Mhm.
Several children were harmed in the making of this.
Yeah.
I like the bouncer in the back with the cattle prod. You'll all sing, keep singing.
You'll sing now. I like the little girl on the left that's just like looking around, like watching
Oh,
the
now
director.
it's
or
just
something.
Oriental.
Wait,
I know,
yeah,
it's like
okay.
China, Japan.
Vex, do you
and
feel
the rest.
seen?
Yeah, I
you
do.
feel
You know
seen?
what? Yeah, I do
You
feel
feel represented?
represented because now I get to be part of the Orient finally.
Oriente.
Yeah.
You know, Asia.
Talented children
Yeah.
from the Orient.
It's a land forged in dragon fire.
Why is this child shaking her hips?
They
Suggesting
have guns. They have guns.
Oh, like you haven't done
Traditional
that, Vex.
Christmas
Come on.
gyration.
Even Russia has a delegation.
Oh yeah, they're going hard. Yeah.
Famous for their 57 Chevy.
Oh yeah. Someone break out the ecstasy. Oh yeah, this is good.
Oh my God, they're in Christine.
Russia's on scene to
The
go
group
bounce
from
up and down.
A young, uninspired
No,
reviewer.
no French.
Thank you.
Oh wait, okay.
Adam,
No
I
one
gotta
likes
ask,
these two.
Yeah.
Is this movie just going to be us getting miniature songs of countries of the world? Like
It's
the
a
whole
parade of stereotypes.
Okay,
It's-
all right.
German boys and
Christmas
girls
Small
help
World.
Santa too.
Mexican Christmas Small World.
Wait a minute. Spanish for Germany is ale mania. Did I read that
Galamania.
right?
Yeah, because of the golf.
That one kid got a Hitler stash?
Like,
Got to
It was a
represent.
different time.
yeah.
They did mention it was the Germans.
Oh wait, actually, what year was this?
Wow.
He said it was the future, I think, right?
But what year was this filmed?
I have to double
60s,
check. Hang
I
on.
guess.
The future?
Late 50s, early 60s vibe.
Yeah, certainly within that range.
Here's a happy song from
Hang on, I'll
Italy.
get it. 1959.
I think that child is going to suffocate because you left the plastic wrap on it.
Man, look how young they have kids in Italy. It's a rough place.
Well, they start drinking earlier there.
Yeah. You mean at like 6 a.m.?
The islands of the Caribbean.
I will tomorrow.
Oh my God, we're going to get Mr. Brown representation. It's right here, Drew. It's right here.
Can we hurry up and get to Australia so they burn this fucker down? I'm done. Done.
Or Brazil.
Argentina, they just go back to the Germans.
A boy from Brazil.
There's an alarming amount of guns being handed out here. What exactly is Santa planning?
Here's the kids from Argentina.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at him go with those maracas.
Oh, they get Santa red hot.
Yeah.
Santa plays piano worse than
Look at that kid in the middle. He looks so depressed.
His spurs are fucked up.
Is it me, or is this movie getting more appropriate? You know, like.
Oh, notice the revolutionary has a rifle.
Where are her hands on that doll?
Us kids or the ones in the movie?
Yeah.
The ones in the movie, which I would argue that maybe this is.
Well, here we go. The USA.
They're all fat, aren't they?
This will be flattering, I'm sure.
And sarcastic.
Oh my God, Zach.
Man, Roy Rogers was really young in this.
Oh, they got us. They got us pegged.
Yeah, Vex, I hope you have a cowboy hat ready before you leave.
It's like looking at a mirror.
Dale Evans doesn't give a fuck.
Oh, Mexico's the only country they spelled right.
Yeah. Okay. I think you have polished that, whatever it is, enough.
Thank God that they're also doing stereotypes for even their own country. We do La Cucaracha.
La Cucaracha. That Japanese girl in the background looks pretty damn bored. Can I just play with my toy now?
Why is it that the Mexican and Central American kids have guns?
Children, I will see you all tomorrow, and we'll do this again. Ha 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 ha. Yes.
Oh my
it is
God, they
time
even
for
bring
my-
him things?
Now, let's see.
Only to further the
Don't
plot.
think anybody ordered this. Well,
That was mine.
work. What is this?
No wonder I didn't get it that one year. Jesus Christ.
Let's have it.
What?
Oh my.
What is happening?
Hell, we suddenly dropped into Hell's a Poppin'.
This is the first time a cab's gone exactly where I told him to go.
Am I high?
Everybody
What
put on
is
your
it?
red long johns.
You might wish you were high.
Right.
Gotta see.
Oh, hey, somebody needs to manscape over there.
When you're a jet to a jet.
Ba-da-da-da-da.
Esther Williams, this is not.
Stop. I, Lucifer, King of Hades, command you to stop and disappear. Begone, all of you.
It's like me talking to my neighbors.
You,
Yeah.
Sid, chief of all my demons, must listen closely. The time is almost here when you must abandon the brimstone pits and journey up to earth. But this time you must not fail as you've done in the past. You must not be defeated by that bearded old ghost, Santa Claus. If you do not succeed in making all the children of
He's
the
like the
earth
Ernest P.
evil,
Worrell of
you
hell.
shall
Did we
be
get
punished.
bumped?
And instead of red
We
hot
did.
coals,
Oh,
What?
fuck.
What the fuck?
You gotta
Oh.
God
kill
dang
it. God damn it. Everybody stand by.
It was the
Alright.
French, wasn't it?
God, this is
Oh, it must have been one of the songs must be.
Probably.
Yeah.
What, Prairie Jaca or
I
La
pre-screened
Cucaracha,
this.
clearly.
La Cucaracha?
Oh,
I
seriously?
pre-screened this a week ago. This is bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. Stand by. Oh my god. Everybody got an eye on their phone or something?
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah.
God, sorry, kids.
Princess Fiona's just doing NASA chat in the comments.
It was Stinky P that took
Beautiful.
us out. Really.
Beautiful.
Stinky Pete all along.
Like, that's him in the fire pit.
That's right there. Yeah, you can see it. He's fine.
Oh my,
He'll go up the next day.
I cannot believe this bullshit. God damn it.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Wait,
Waylon
Lord.
has it
Here we
as
go.
well. Yes, it is part of the blackout.
Okay, we're back. We're back. Well, we can't finish the movie.
All right.
I'm really sorry, guys.
Magic Christmas tree it is.
Oh,
Mm.
Well, we do have a dearth of shorts.
Oh, good.
My God.
Oh,
Wait, we can't finish this movie now?
If
No.
we do, we'll get shut off.
no, we'll get shut
Yeah.
down again.
like
we
they did
can-
last time.
Yeah.
We can
yeah. The
make
thing
up
is, I mean, if it's hitting on the music, we're probably not so bad. But if it's
But there's no way to know.
There's
Yeah,
no way to,
exactly.
because we screened this like a week ago. We ran it
Mhm.
through all of the things and it
Mhm.
But
came
it's
back
totally
fine.
fine.
Mhm.
And
And you've already posted the movie itself, right?
Well, I've
Like, as a-
uploaded it.
yeah.
The trailer is up, but the,
yeah, so
Oh
the
my
problem
God.
could be like
Yeah.
region locking. That
Mm.
no,
in-
it's not
in-
that either. We
No.
didn't
Really?
we didn't get a warning for that. We did on the she creature, and I tried to do it anyways, but
Right.
we didn't get anything on this except for
Yeah.
Shout Factory claimed copyright on from like 45 minutes on to an hour and something into it, but it said it was okay that the video wouldn't be affected, and
Mm.
the rules are completely different for streaming and they don't tell you what they are.
Oh.
Hi, you
Calvin
drinking-
Ball strikes again.
Mm.
Yeah, this is absolutely bullshit. I don't know if we're on the hot list because we've had so many violations.
Can you? Oh Jesus! Yeah.
Oh,
'cause
we're on the hot list already.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Mm. We in
Hence
Stinky
all the
Pete.
fire on screen.
Yeah.
Guilty
Stinky
as
Pete.
charged.
What a
That's a shame. I was actually getting invested in this. I'm a little upset. now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Right?
kind of want to make up my own ending, but I'm not even sure where exactly it was going.
Well, we
Yeah.
all know.
So can we skip like every 30 seconds or something like that, and
we
then
could do frames,
we-
but it's not the same.
Well, we
Yeah.
will then make up the story because we'll have no fucking idea what's being said. But we do have a basis from which to operate.
can extrapolate.
Santa has an orbital space station where he keeps child slaves from across the world.
They show up on YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. No, he just wants the world outside to know what we do.
So the devil has decided he's had enough of this. What is his plan? The same plan every day, Pinky. Try and take over the world with his demons. But that damned orbital space laser that Santa has been cock blocking them the entire time. But this time, shit's got to get done right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let us now, given this very strong baseline of story setup, try and figure out the hell happens in this movie.
Yeah, Tom, I bet you're right.
You know what? Honestly, I think that all these kids are about to get trafficked. And we're seeing these demons because they're going to be blood sacrifices, and it's foreshadowing to let us know
So-
what happens to their souls.
what if
So this
What
is
if it's-
actually a competition between Santa and the devil to see who is more evil.
Exactly. Santa
Okay.
just has them singing songs and bringing him stuff, but the devil's actually like butt fucking them. So which is really worse?
Wow.
I think the devil may actually be coming up going, look, Santa is giving evil a bad name with all this kiddie stuff that he's been
that's
doing.
kind of what I was
Yeah.
going with.
We
Yeah.
have to overthrow.
He's horning in on our business all
name.
of a
Look,
sudden.
look. There's evil, and then there's whatever the hell Santa's doing up there in his
Yeah.
orbital space station.
With his
Yeah.
children slave labor.
Oh, did you get an email that?
It just popped in,
Yep.
which is totally unhelpful because it doesn't tell you what the copyright is for.
Right.
It must have been a song. For sure it was a song.
It didn't show
Yeah,
me
it probably
anything
was.
else. This is so fucked.
Those
I'm
little
so
fuckers.
angry.
My goodness. Always the children, isn't it?
I am so fucking angry. Oh my god.
Uh,
Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas.
I can't believe.
Well, the other thing is mute it and play it, and then we will make up what's actually happening.
But we don't know if it was the music or not. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Well, so again, go to the the stills.
Oh god. No. No, I can't. We're in the
The
middle of
mood is ruined. Adam has already lost his erection. What the hell are we
Yeah.
gonna do?
Yeah.
I lost it on my 40th birthday. Fuck.
They show up on YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. No, he just wants the world outside to know what we do.
Glad I had these clips ready.
Perfect clip.
Fiona, we don't know it's the music.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish they would tell us. If they
Yeah.
tell us, we could fix it.
Well, if they told you, then you could figure out ways around it.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any more penis cleaning videos that we can watch?
I mean, I can turn my camera on if necessary,
Camera's
but
on, boys.
let me
Or
let me
you know what?
let me get the genital sync. Just a minute.
Well, I have an OnlyFans if you want to see my penis
Okay, well, how about this?
videos.
Jethro, it's an
They're
only
not free.
fan.
They're not free.
Only fan is what you
Yeah,
have. There's no
only
fans.
fan.
Yeah.
Because I've subscribed.
Mhm.
Just
All
to
right.
make sure it was
Yeah,
working.
he's the Ouroboros of OnlyFan. He is both the performer and the simp.
All right, we're gonna have
No
to
one
go,
Googles penis finger puppet.
we're gonna have
turns
to go
out.
to the shorts.
That's not a
I
thing.
can't take the chance, guys. I'm
Yeah.
All
sorry.
right. That's all
It's
right. It
okay.
is what it is.
Bullshit. Absolutely bullshit.
So instead, we'll go through the greatest hits of rotten.com. Oh, no,
Ooh.
no, that probably wouldn't be a good idea.
4chan it is.
Hmm.
Rotten.com. What is that? Hold
Yes, it
Oh,
predates you.
that's
It predates you, Vex.
internet.
Rotten.com. Okay,
That's
let's
the
look it up.
original internet, and I'm sure, like, isn't there like a preserved internet where you can still go there and see?
Oh, the Internet Archive.
Yeah, Internet Archive.
Yeah,
like
I think
they
some other people did like archives of rotten.com.
Yeah.
What is on
Yeah.
rotten.com? It's not even loading for me.
Yeah, because
No,
it
it's
doesn't
just-
exist anymore. This is in the early days when.
Yeah.
Okay,
when-
what
Back
did
in
it
the
do? Did
Wild
it show
West.
like rotting bodies or something like that?
I mean,
Yeah,
that's one thing that they would have shown. Anything
horrible
that
stuff.
was absolutely, oh sweet Jesus, I need eye bleach. That was on
Yeah.
rotten.com.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like best gore, kind of.
Yeah. Man,
Like-
there was like this
4chan.
one. Yeah, I remember this. There was this one picture. Like they would be crime scene photos sometimes.
No
Yeah.
R2,
Stuff like that.
4chan was 4chan.
And there's
for me.
this guy who was wearing like fishnet stockings and women's underwear, and he had choked to death with drugs, and his body was all like bloated and like black and purple, and like pressed against the fishnet. Let me get this picture real quick. You know what,
Actually,
guys?
yeah,
I got it.
here it is.
I'm gonna call it a night. I'll see y'all later.
Well, do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, I gotta go to these archives you mentioned.
I'm so bummed. All right. Well,
Yeah.
Jethro did send us a plethora of shorts.
Oh,
Only got 2 of them through copyright, but who the fuck knows? It's YouTube.
Adam,
Maybe we'll
do
get-
you know what a plethora is?
yeah.
No.
See, I
would
would
have to
hate to
say.
think that you are the kind of man who says you have a plethora and you do not know what a plethora is.
Please
It
shoot.
it helps the spleen work.
Oh. The plethora oblongata.
Is it related to the vas deferens? I don't. All right. So, all right, let's do some shorts and then, maybe we'll have a short show. Everyone in the chat, I'm really sorry. There's nothing we can do about this. We are in the middle of an appeal for a monetization that got denied for very vague reasons that could be interpreted in a billion ways. So it's just, I can't roll the dice.
To
I
be
can't-
fair,
I-
there is
yeah.
one way we can save this stream. and
Santa?
it's to go to Rumble.
No, because Rumble shut me down too. 2
What?
years ago. Yes. They DMCA'd me manually for 4 public domain movies that were cleared on YouTube that we already published.
Wow.
And they did it all at once, and they have a 4 strikes policy. So I said, fuck you. I'm not even going to bother emailing you about this.
That's
Fuck
wild.
you.
That's wild. Wow.
Rumble
not
is not
expect that.
interested in our type of content. Rumble wants politics.
Mhm.
I was not even going to argue with them about it. It was so bullshit. It was up for like I loaded up like a dozen movies. They
Mhm.
were up for 2 weeks. And I kept uploading all of our archives from B-roll. And then one day, somebody manually fucking struck 4 movies, 4 strikes, and I was just like, no, I'm out. Fuck this.
Yeah, not
Away.
worth it. That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. So I wish there was a good alternative, but there is not.
Well, there's that crazy ass fucking crypto.
Yeah, let's go to Live Leak. There you go.
Yeah.
Or Kick. Go to Kick and show
Yeah,
just all
Kick.
kinds of child grape and
Yeah.
whatever. People shooting each other for fucking reaction content. Whatever the crap they do over there. And gambling. Lots of gambling.
Yes.
All right, let's get a short. This one's from Jethro. And cheer up, everybody.
Christmas,
At least we know who to
people are
blame.
wondering what presents to buy for their children.
And we children know more about toys than Valerie and Richard. So this week, Consumer Unit is presented by
Home 6 of the Bilton Grange County Primary School in
Those aren't children.
Yorkshire.
We are 9 and 10 years old, and these are our opinions. We either own
Could she be more British?
Right.
we wrote about or have played with somebody else's.
We are 9 and 10
First, we
years
had a
old,
birth
going
count.
on 45 to 65 years old.
Sadly, we cannot read without explicitly moving our eyes and mispronouncing everything, which reminds me of a
Class.
thing. After this
Each
is
one of
done.
us had 3 votes for the games we liked and 3 for the ones we disliked. Here are our top 10 most popular games and toys.
Did Jimmy
Monopoly
Savile
won
direct
easily with 23 votes.
Monopoly.
Electric got 5 votes, and Train Sets got 4.
Electric.
The
How
other
the
games in
fuck
the
do
top
those
10
things
were
lose to
Clunk,
Monopoly? That makes no
Campaign,
sense. It's called
Kerplunk.
Clunk. That's better.
Fastest Gun, Action Man,
Yay!
Woo!
Frustration,
Well, I know a little bit about that.
I don't know anything about that.
That's where I put my thumb.
and Roulette.
Wait a minute. That's a casino
And
game.
gambling.
I know
Don't
which
forget
one of these
gambling.
children is going to be successful in life.
The girl in the best T-shirt is pro gambling.
Yeah, that little girl grew up to be Uninspired's mother.
Yeah, exactly.
Here are some of the reasons why we like these top 10 games and toys, especially Monopoly.
I like playing Monopoly because it is very interesting and the end is not always the same. It is a very nice game because instead of counters there are ships, cars, dogs, hats and boots. And when you pass go, you collect £200 salary.
200
Monopoly
pounds
is a good game
salary.
because it's exciting. When I play, I never know
Real
what's
That's a
going to happen.
goddamn lie.
Monopoly games take a long time to play, but I don't get bored. I like Monopoly because it has money in it, and I think that is what makes it more
What are you
interesting.
angry about it?
That's
I
actually
like
Billy
Monopoly.
Idol.
I think Monopoly should have a shaker with it. We have
Nice
to use a
day
little
for
metal cup.
Monopoly.
Monopoly is good value
She's got-
for
she's
money.
got the sneer and
It costs
everything.
about £2.20.
They're all cheating.
Yeah. She gets mad, throws the board, and says, "Start again."
One of the good toys, I think, is Scare Electric, which is a motor race game where you can either have
Oh my God,
racing
James
cars
May.
or
He's absolutely reading off of a card.
It really is James May. It's still the same shirt. He's still wearing the same shirt.
Same haircut too.
And
gonna
he's still
go
obsessed about Skelelectrics.
The top automotive show in the history of anything to making chip sandwiches in my basement.
Yes.
Oh, that show is so
With
bad.
like the high hum. With some traps, you get banking. Scare Electric costs quite a lot of money, about 20.
Waylon, did you know that Monopoly was stolen from the socialists?
Actually?
It used to be called the landlord's game, and it was a socialist teaching tool.
Yeah, to talk about
by-
the dangers and how the
Yep,
rent
the
seeking and all that.
cruelty of capitalism, and then the capitalists stole it from them. And
Lo and
rebranded it.
behold, it turned out to be fun.
Dang.
Children loved it.
True story.
I think that campaign has been well worth the money I paid for it. It is a very good,
Sorry, is this
exciting
an
game, and
ad
there is only
for
one thing
just
wrong with
toys
it.
for Christmas?
Probably.
What is
And
the
that's
purpose
what-
of this video?
To inform parents who never talk to their children what toys their children actually want.
Right now, its purpose is to fill time because we got fucked by capitalism.
There was a few green men missing.
I like
Campaign
how
had a very
they
strong
talk to the
board
kid who has
and
to
does
buy
not
his own
crease very much in
presents.
the middle. The men are very well made and do not break or scratch.
Now let's look at our most unpopular games and toys.
Here are the toys our class voted bottom 10.
Oh,
Haunted
no.
House got 11 votes for unpopularity. Then came Mousetrap.
Mousetrap is shit.
What? Mousetrap
Mousetrap is
is
shit.
lit.
Mousetrap is 3 hours setting it up and then about 15 seconds of whatever, which is a lot like teenage dating.
Exactly.
Tremendous amount of setup, very little payoff.
They made the one kid that likes Mousetrap hold the game. They were like, "Oh,
And-
you voted for it, you hold it."
And if you lose one piece of Mousetrap, the game
You're fucked.
is completely void. Yeah, it doesn't work.
It's unanimous.
And Snakes and
Everyone
Ladders.
hates it.
After that were Baby Alive.
Oh, Baby
What?
Alive!
Kiss Kiss.
Okay. I
Baby
mean, I understand that. Look, when you have a baby doll, you don't want to actually go through the real problems of motherhood, feeding and then changing diapers and all that shit. That destroys the illusion.
Well,
So that's
look
why it's
what
called Baby Alive.
Yeah, Baby Alive. It was
look what the
you
babies
fed
grow
it,
into.
you fed it, and then it would poop and pee.
All right. Yeah. Apparently,
Not
British
tonight.
girls hate dolls and love real estate.
And casinos.
Yeah, and casinos.
Super
yes.
Striker.
Well, it's
Table Soccer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, look at that. Even the British are saying soccer is shit.
A young Tim Curry offended by using the word soccer on a football game.
ground control to
Formula
Major Tom.
Oh, no Grand Tour for you.
And Jack Straws.
We didn't even
Why
buy
did he
it.
Who
try it?
didn't even show up. Like, maybe that's why
Right.
you don't like it. He blew
I
you
think
off.
Haunted House is the worst game because it is just a bit of cardboard really and coloured black. It has
What?
got stairs and a weak bit of cardboard for the banister. It is not very interesting because you go over and over playing the same game.
Some toys and games are not very good quality.
Hi, CLS. We got copyrighted.
Haunted
so
House is
we're
made
watching
out
this
of
instead.
cardboard and it easily breaks. Sometimes when I play Haunted House, the traps don't work and the ending is always the same because you always go upstairs and the first person to get upstairs is the winner.
I do not like Baby Alive because when you feed it and when you take her nappy off, she
All
has
right,
done
the
something
casino
very
girl is
unpleasant.
like,
I
yeah,
told you.
fuck
See?
babies.
Exactly. You want the baby doll for the fantasy of having the baby, not the reality, which is you got to feed it and then it
Did
poops.
she get high before this? Like, look at her. She's like, yeah, dude, I fucking hate babies. I love roulette. I love beagles. Did I mention I hate babies? Oh, fuck.
I mean, she's just high on that T-shirt.
I'm
That
just
is quite a
curious.
shirt.
Is that whatever that thing is holding the baby? Is that the UK's first trans
That's-
child?
No, that's Pat. That's Pat. We're not sure about Pat.
Is
But
that Pat
what
as
we know is that Pat is not going to be changing diapers.
Man, you guys
Hold
are
on, so
haircut
is it Pat
shaming.
like
Not
Patrick?
everyone can afford a haircut,
or
okay?
Pat like Patricia?
Like, what is
Which
the
kind of-
big deal?
It's Pat.
Wait, does Vex not know what Pat is?
No, she doesn't know Pat.
Oh God, it's a good question for another time.
Yes.
Unless it
Weed
was
is
only
in
£2, then I
Pat.
would. I do not like Baby Alive because I only got 3 packets of food with mine. And when they are gone, you just have to use her like an ordinary doll.
Wait, do we
And
want
then
to
the
just
baby
watch?
dies.
Do we want to just watch It's Pat instead?
She costs about £5.
Oh yeah, because SNL definitely doesn't act like absolute Nazis with copyright.
No one
They
copyrighted. Pat.
Oh, yes, they
may
did.
not want to. They may not want to claim that anymore, though. You know, like it's
Yeah,
kind
it's a
of
shame.
They will. They'll also zot the ambiguously gay duo.
yeah.
Yes, actually, now that you mention it, I did just for a laugh try and screen the TV Funhouse version of Peanuts Christmas. 'Cause
Oh
it's
yeah.
fucking hilarious. But
Yeah.
no, of course
Yeah.
not.
I think that one of my toys is a waste of money. It is Super Striker, because if you keep on setting it out and putting it away, the band that fixes round the outside of the board becomes big. Also, when you push a player's head down too hard, the stand breaks off.
By the
Another
way,
thing wrong
soccer
with
sucks.
Yeah. Also, this game
Also,
is
no one likes soccer.
shit.
Push down on a real person's head too hard, the same thing happens.
Super striker is when the goalkeepers dive, the nets come off. My super striker was about £7.50, and I don't play with it much now because one of the goalposts is broken.
Man, if only they had invented glue for the
It's
British
very good
Isles.
because all it is just players made out of
They
plastic
brush their
with a
teeth with
counter
it.
for a ball.
And now, if you really can't think of a suitable toy or game, here are some suggestions about things you can play.
Future
many
BBC
days.
reader right there.
I like her, actually.
Yeah, she's going to be she'll be a newsreader.
She's
It's a
got a
nice-
great attitude.
With.
It's a nice shirt, you know.
If you need,
She then gives the finger as the camera's going.
I think the Compendium is the best game you could buy because it has a variety of games like chess, drafts, Ludo and others. It doesn't bore you either and it will keep you amused for days on end.
For
I
days?
think the pack of cards are extremely
She looks like she's already a grade school teacher.
Yeah. Sanctuary.
value.
Yeah,
You can
shame
buy
about
them
that
for
stroke
about
she
15
had.
or 30 pence when you can buy rubbish games for £10.
Don't make
There are
fun.
so
That
many
is
games you
Cher's
can play,
kid
like
in the
Rummy,
movie Mask.
Thy Neighbour, Pontoon, Shoot and Stop the Bus.
I am my own daughter.
Finally, here's Matt Lofthouse to tell you what to do.
It's
The toy you
Disparu.
get this Christmas doesn't.
Now here's a kid who looks like he's ready to kick your ass, right? You know?
He's gonna get an Adderall addiction. He's gonna get greasy hair, and he's just gonna be angry about Doctor Who.
I had a Turbo Tower of Power for Christmas. My granddad said he had it going once, but when I tried it, it didn't work. I left it until my
That
granddad...
dude's sweater vest enters a different dimension.
I like his eyes going back and forth like a tennis match reading that card.
They all have. The hilarious
Yeah.
one was
We took it back to
the gal that
WH.
was reading to begin with. She has glasses on, yet is still squinting
Yeah.
to read whatever the hell it is.
And we got our money back, and I got
Heads
some
moving.
Don't make fun of me, Jay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and here she is again.
Thank
I like-
God.
I
Our
like
savior. Our savior.
Mhm.
Yeah.
A
After
true
we
star.
had made our reports, our class had a discussion about what we look for when we buy a game or toy. We
Oh my
thought
God.
these things
Her
were
name is Barbara.
Yeah. Her name's
No
Barbara.
wonder I like her.
Yeah.
important.
Thank you,
Volume for
Barbara. Woo!
Made
Yes, yes.
exciting or
Well, who wrote this on the board if you're half as tall as it?
interesting. To have a different ending each time.
He actually put a piece of
So
chalk
we
on the end of that
could build
stick.
it up ourselves.
Who's
He
gonna
didn't.
tell this kid you
You
can't
should
have
be
an
able
ending?
to
each
amuse
time?
yourself with the game, as well as play with other people.
This kid is
Well,
No,
the
I
first
just
we
didn't
to
play
ever
with
get
other
on board
people,
with
and
flies.
Wait,
I got
one at a
cited
time.
for it.
Or no one at a time.
To choose a toy or game.
And now, in case you think they're being fired, we'll let Richard and Valerie say a bit.
Thank you,
Hey,
Barbara.
Cannoli.
Thank you, Barbara.
Hey, Cannoli, we got zapped. Our stream got shut down.
Yeah.
We're watching shorts, not the movie. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not my fault, man. Oh my god, that was good, Jeff. Thank you for that. It was charming. I wish Smilex was here to watch it.
Yeah, I know. When
Oh,
I picked it out earlier
he would have
this
told
week,
you
I
all the
thought-
backstory.
Yeah.
He may have been in this at some point.
I
Yeah.
suspect one of those children was a young otter. Yes.
Yeah. I brought some. I prepared something else here. I know this is an improv show, but I do have something pre-written here that I wanted to share with you. It's the Christmas shopping season. Sometimes you buy things online. They have instructions. The instructions for this particular product came with a company introduction, and I would like to read it for you verbatim if you guys don't mind. It'll just take a minute.
Sure. You
I
have
hope
our
it-
interest peaked.
Yeah, I hope it's like an hour or more because we got
Yeah.
time to kill.
So here we are. Company introduction. Lighting is a professional lighting factory. The main products are chandeliers, modern lamps, crystal lamps, and so on. Also, OEM service is welcome. That's a little esoteric there all of a sudden, right? We have our own assemble line and designers to support customer to make any kinds of lamps as they want. Also, can send customers competitive prices with our own advantage. Choose us is your best choice.
Chinese, eh?
And we will make our service happy you all the time. We live for the
love.
Oh, Chinglish
I
is
love
always
it.
the best.
I love direct translation.
Yeah, it's like they use
literal
Google Translate
translations.
for
They
it.
just
Yeah.
use Google.
God, it's so
they
good.
just use Google.
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah. We live for the thrilling challenge of developing top-class products, creating a consistent global company, and being a brand with an international reputation. Our only principle, satisfy you, mutual benefit.
What?
Ooh.
That's right. That is
That
one of
that literally sounds like some of the business plan marketing
Yeah.
speak that I've read from
Mhm.
people who are, in fact, native English speakers, but just string words together because they think they sound good.
Yeah, it's just
They broke
buzzword
out a
salad.
thesaurus for
Yeah.
every word. you
Yeah,
know?
I have my buzzword bingo card out to fill that
Mhm.
out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love
No
literal
synergistic
translation.
alliance. I'm very disappointed.
I really want to rewatch that movie now.
Yeah, it's
Right?
cathartic.
He just wants the world outside to know what we do.
Oh, the corporations. So
I still can't believe that happened.
I'm sorry, you can't believe that that's happened.
I cleared.
No,
You have
because
been
we
on here
cleared
for the
it.
last 14, 15 episodes, so you're aware.
Okay,
But
so
we
I
were careful this time.
I downloaded the file. I ran it through raw, no problem. I edited the version for this show, ran it through, no problem. I also edited a version for just the B-roll film library, ran it through, no problem. Problem tonight, live streaming. That's fucking fucked, man.
Yeah, they definitely have different bots that run the live stream stuff, and
Yeah.
sadly, it's not like you can go, oh, I'm going to spin up a private live stream and play this through to see if it actually bombs out or not.
Right, what am I supposed to do? Like,
Yeah.
seriously, that's fucking fucked, man. Just tell me the rules. I'll follow them. God damn.
No, the rules are always changing. It's Calvin Ball.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, on that cheery fucking note, let's watch a short from a country and a continent that doesn't exist. Jeff sent this in
Australia?
Christmas in Australia.
Yes.
As if you weren't miserable enough, check out how cool this shit is.
Thank
Gonna
you.
put some shrimp on the barbie for Christmas?
Boo. That's not a holiday. This is a holiday.
Will this feature the Poo Techie Techie?
You said it. I don't know what that is.
Australia presents.
The whole fucking country.
Well, they
Every
passed
one of
around a form. Everybody has signed off on it. Okay, we're good.
I agree. That is.
I mean, they didn't consult the emus, even though they lost the war against the emus.
Yeah,
it is encouraging, isn't it, gamer?
Hold on, are we sure this music won't get struck?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
No.
I cleared it, so probably get struck down.
You cleared the last one too, though.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like Bizarro.
Oh, look at this gentrification.
These are actually extra miniatures from the Lord of the Rings shoot. They had them shipped
Office
over from
building
New
is
Zealand.
Very close to that church. Is that Nakatomi Plaza?
Welcome to the party, pal.
The snow is deep. The trees are hung
I've
with
heard
the
that
holly
one
and the
before.
ivy.
Yeah.
And everyone is rugged up against the crisp
That was
cold.
the bullshit at YouTube.
Attention, dear wife. The snow is deep.
Mhm.
Do you get my
The
meaning?
voices of children tinkling on the icy air, the warming
Tinkling?
thought of crackling
They have
fires.
snow in Australia?
No,
Tinky?
well they
Santa
do,
Claus, it
but
seems.
Summer in
during
Australia.
Christmas, yeah.
Yeah, not during Christmas.
Could not come without the cold and snow. This is the traditional Christmas.
In July.
But
Seems
Christmas in Australia is Christmas in the sun. For December is in the middle of the Australian summer. Into
All
this
right, I'm moving.
easygoing life comes the rush of Christmas Eve. There's always last-minute shopping to be done, in towns and cities bursting with heat.
I wish they'd hurry up and invent the street light.
Did you guys see that woman just standing in the middle of the road?
We don't talk about her. We don't talk about her.
What was in the middle of the road?
It was just a woman standing in the middle of. Go back.
No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. We don't talk about her.
Here?
Yeah, look, there's a
yeah.
woman just standing there.
That's not. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no woman there. It's definitely not happening. I saw nothing.
Wow. There's just no rules down there, are there?
None at all. It really is the land down under.
And no one's stopping for her. Which is
Ho ho
Feel the same
ho!
way, kid.
I am the Night Rider.
It's Scott Farkas.
No, it's me. Oh my God, he is handsome.
Oh, you talking to me? Come over here.
Oi.
Australian churches are super kitschy. They're tacky as all get out.
This whole country looks like a theme.
Right.
Well, a
makes
theme
it
park
look
that's
like-
constantly trying to kill you, but yes, a
Yeah.
theme park nonetheless.
It's like they all live in a Sears.
It's Myers, I believe, was the name of the store.
The shopping spree ends.
Can I have two?
Work ends.
You will have none.
Those who have worked together
You get nothing in
celebrate
life.
together.
Oh,
It is the season of giving and receiving.
now we're talking. These giant ass fucking beers these guys drink.
Right.
It's
Are those
getting lit.
penis
And even in the
balloons
lingering
behind them?
heat of a
Yeah,
Are
What's
there any
that,
other
Brett?
kind of balloons?
it will be eventually.
No.
I'll be
suburban
taking
evening,
these home.
it is the season for traditional things.
That's a fake fireplace.
Well, you're not lighting a fireplace in the middle of July.
But we're in the desert. Jesus.
Does it say I want a pussy cat?
Yes,
Christmas?
yes, yes.
We'll never get
That
a
kid hit
modified-
puberty early.
Oh yeah, hang your Christmas hamper.
Is that a thing?
Oh, Santa Claus brought me dirty laundry again.
I want it pressed and starched.
Oh God, mommy, she's touching me again.
I don't think it's the music. I think that they're just being overly obnoxious with the video. Yes, YouTube is suppressing us. Please, if you can, drop us $1 on Patreon. We'd really appreciate it.
We might
Yeah,
see
what
a
are
young
the-
Mel Gibson too, Waylon.
He was never young. He's like James Hong.
Oh, I'm
COVID
almost
was a
late
thing
for the.
back then as well.
I don't know, man. Him and Gallipoli or the Year of Living Dangerously. He's pretty damn young.
Yeah, Year of Living Dangerously.
Yeah, I'm-
There's glass there.
Gallipoli.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
He's like, this was not the pussy I was asking for.
Santa, you misunderstood my letter.
I was using the code word so mom and dad wouldn't know. Oh my God, the black doll.
That
Jesus
is a
Christ.
laundry bag. for
Jesus
sure.
Christ.
That makes a lawn jockey look downright reasonable.
Jack, our memberships on
Yes.
Patreon start at $2. Just
Yeah.
$2.
Yeah.
See?
That is
Yeah.
scary. Yes.
In
Yeah.
the cities and hundreds
got
of miles
A whole bed full of toys. She's got 2.
away out back,
Meanwhile, at
children
the
discover
Alamo,
afresh the joy of Christmas.
Where's the basement?
don't touch the dog there. What do you he's
They're trading presents.
The
city's
sacrificial
cathedral
dog
spire,
to the
tiny
the
country
crocodile
church.
that's living in that water.
All will call their
You are
followers
not
together
supposed to
instead.
bring a dog to a white elephant. That is a serious party faux pas.
Look, there's no elephants in Australia. All they can do is bring dogs.
I have 100. Do I hear 150? 150 for subscription to our Patreon, where you get
The
exclusive
day goes
something.
on, and for some in the vast inland, work goes on. The blazing sun has
Oh,
scorched
there's
the
my
grass
present.
from the land. The stock must be hand-fed.
And a ute.
Christmas in Australia. It's a
It's
lot of
midday.
work. It's a lot of
Australia
alcohol.
stops for Christmas dinner.
You know, I'm disappointed by the lack of shrimp on the bobbies.
Yeah,
That's true.
Entire video.
Yeah, and I expected more souped up fucking Ford Mustang police cruisers.
Yeah, no, I don't see
Well, you
one-
got a ute. I
Or
mean, I don't know
otherwise.
what more you want.
I don't see one fucking bloomin' onion anywhere.
In this
The hell
weather,
is
Christmas
this?
dinner can be
We're brewing the traditional black peppercorn tea.
made a picnic by the bush people of the inland or the city folk of the coast.
Is she wearing underwear under her swimsuit?
The surf
What is
breaks
that?
nearby, but the dinner is traditional.
That's a
It's
diaper.
got it's
With
those
all the
BBL padding, you know.
All right, what do we got here? There's some shrimp.
Oh,
no,
this
it's a
looks
lobster.
good. You got lots
There's a
of
lobster,
fruits.
yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
lobster.
Watermelon, citrus.
What kind of potluck is this?
But I got a
What'd you
grapefruit,
bring? Oh, I brought most of a watermelon. What'd you bring? well, I made everyone lobster, dude.
I brought
Okay.
a durian fruit. No, goddamn, not again. Jesus Christ.
To be
Jesus,
fair, they
Travis.
have a whole watermelon.
Is that
if they're
fucking
blackberry
honeydew? I
Leave it
made
out.
lobster. That is a store-bought cake.
I don't see any ambrosia. They're probably doing it.
Yeah. Sucking out the gristle. That's my
And
favorite
after Christmas
part.
dinner,
Grandma
relax.
dies.
Relax with friends.
Well, luckily she won't get cold in Australia.
Relax with
right.
the family. Sunshine
It's
or
not
snow, Christmas is
desaturated.
usually a
This
family
is what
affair.
Australia looks like.
Formalities are over.
Ugh.
Weeks of Christmas shopping.
Just let
The
me
excitement
die.
of this
Leave
morning.
me alone.
The effects
No,
of
I
Christmas
don't
dinner
know how
lead at
gravity
last
works.
to relaxation.
Speaking of gravity, it's still in the folder.
But young Australia finds different ways to relax.
It's called marijuana.
Yes, CLS.
Yeah. Oh, here comes another slap.
Whack!
Why is he so oily?
These are the naughty ones. You've been bad. You will have to play golf.
So anyway, my wife's giving birth right now.
Yeah.
I wish I had someone to play tennis with.
That's what I thought.
The day tires.
I broke a few of those.
The excitement gently ebbs away.
On your kids?
No.
Discoveries of
No,
this
I
morning
use
will
the
be
graphite
commonplace
ones on
tomorrow.
those.
The family, the friends have gone home.
Wow, what a spread.
Are those pills on the table?
I
I think so, yeah. That was one hell of a party then.
Yeah.
Get out of my house.
And for one more year, Christmas
Life will be
is
hell
over.
until next Christmas.
The end of Australia.
Only.
I would now like child Barbara and her friend to be sitting at their desk and telling us what they thought of Australia, the country.
We don't like Australia.
I thought table football was bad.
We played.
But then I saw that bitch playing tennis,
and the whole continent is broken.
It's broken. Well, it doesn't exist, isn't it?
I think they should return it to a penal colony.
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the private chat. Barbara knows this fantastic video, but you can't show the link to it.
I can't copy the link, but it's so funny.
It is really good. All right. Well, no one
You
knows
can
what we're
find it.
talking about right now.
Okay.
We keep trying. Can you send it? You can't send it to my email either.
I can't get the link to copy. It won't.
Her phone is actually age restricted, so she's not able to copy and paste that link.
Well, our son does get around. We are not scrambling. I swear to God.
Absolutely no vamping whatsoever.
None. We don't
They
vamp
show up
here.
on YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. He just wants the world outside to know what we do.
I have an abortion procedures video saved if we want to go to that.
Fuck the monetization.
Oh my God. So there was one thing I was going to ask Vex. Vex, do you know if Movie Cynic writes all of his own scripts?
I'm pretty sure he does, yeah.
Well, so I was watching his Godzilla -1 video, and he used a couple of words where he mispronounced them.
Yes, I caught that too. Yeah, it was weird. It wasn't just his Japanese pronunciation that was
that
terrible.
I forgive that, but
he mispronounced a couple of English words.
Yeah, he also the first one that piqued my ears and suddenly made me start paying a lot more attention about the very particular language that was being used is when he said that this is a diuretic to cure constipation. These are not the same things.
What? Wait, what?
He said, yeah, it's a diuretic to solve constipation. He was talking about Hollywood and their bullshit or whatever. Diuretics are about water and urination. If you take diuretics, you're more likely to get constipated.
Yeah, because you're going to dehydrate.
A laxative, on the other hand, might be the kind of thing you're looking for.
I think he's just young. Honestly, I think it's just because he's young. And
yeah, but I think what was it? Was it latent that he mispronounced and said like latent? And I had to stop and roll back because I was like, wait, what was that word? And then I was like, oh, I know what you're trying to say. And it felt like there was like an edit.
I've noticed that with a lot of younger YouTubers, they mispronounce words that they may have only seen in print before and not in conversation.
Yeah, I get a reader thing. Yeah,
So
like I've experienced that myself, where like, I read a word a lot, but no one around me was really using it.
Yeah, it's not a deal breaker, but I noticed exactly what you did, Jay, for sure.
It might just been a rush thing. That's all.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that
diuretics and constipation.
Hang on.
Yeah, diuretics and constipation, whatever, right? But
I know. Second, Barbara, what did you want to say?
Okay, so because I know about these things, diuretics is something that they use to pull fluid away from the body.
Right.
Meaning usually it's for patients with congenital heart failure because it will pull the water away from around that's surrounding the heart.
The sac
and it's also
around the heart.
It's also for for people who have who can't shed water naturally through sweat or urination, and it will pull it that way so that pregnant women's feet don't sweat or swell, that kind of thing.
Right.
So but the problem with diuretics is you have to keep taking them with water Otherwise, you will become dehydrated.
Right. If you take diuretics, you're more likely to become constipated if you are not balancing it with water.
I feel like I'm having a moment of deja vu because I swear to God that Barbara has said the line was it dehydrating, pulling water from the body. There's something else that Barbara has explained to us that way.
I'm a nurse, hon.
It's entirely possible. She is a nurse.
Yeah, but that was like, okay.
Now I'm high.
Somebody has simply misunderstood what a diuretic is versus the thing you're talking about at Pine.
Yeah, and I'm not.
But it was a pretty common word.
Yeah, I'm not backing on Cynic, but I did notice that in the last video.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if that was like an edit that he got, like he submitted it to someone saying, he had a sentence that was maybe too long and they condensed it by using more concise words.
I would have to watch it
and that
again.
it was just something that he wasn't familiar with and just kind of read it as it's written, or something like that. That's why I was asking if he writes most of his scripts or if he outsources some of it, or if he has like editing done by external.
I got you. Yeah, no, as far as I know, because I've read one of his scripts before. He does the scripts himself, but as for the videos, it goes between him and someone else editing now. But as far as I know, the script is all him, but it also
having an editor is very common, but
right. Yeah, it just
Interesting.
felt like it was.
Godzilla vid.
Yeah, it just felt like it was like there were a couple of words where I was like, you're either not familiar with them or you've only read them and you understand that, because they were used as unlike the diuretic, the other words, they were used correctly if you were writing. It was just the pronunciation that I was like, wait, what was that? And went back and listened to it again.
I gotcha.
I think he just hasn't used it in conversation.
Right.
But that is a thing, though. I've noticed that a lot, and it not to single anybody out, with the younger YouTubers, it seems to be very common. Barbara and I have called that out a few times.
Well, I think another one is like phrases that have somehow gotten morphed over time. So I can't tell you how many times I've heard it's a long road to hoe. No, it's not road. It's row. Because you don't hoe a road.
Or toe the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Wait, how have people changed toe the line?
Toad.
It's towed the line, like as in like starting a race.
Wait.
Yes.
The phrase is towed the line?
No, the phrase, the correct phrase is toe the line. TOE.
Yeah.
Right? You put your toe on the line. I have heard many people say toad, like toad the wet sprocket, or hook your wrecker up and towed it.
Or towed a trailer.
Right.
What the? Hold on. Towed the.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh.
Well, I think it's what is it? Is it Platoon or Mahler whose pet peeve, which I share, is I could care less. No, it's I could not care less.
Yeah, it's I couldn't care less.
Right.
See, I've actually thought about this before, and like my take on people saying I could care less is to say that in order to care less, I'd have to put a little effort into it. Like I could care less, but it's so not on my register.
No, that's not what's happening. They're misunderstanding what's said. It's I couldn't care less. I could not care less. It is impossible for me to care less than what I am at this point. Right. That's the phrase.
Zero.
But I think again, because there are phrases that get mangled, or pronunciation, right? Because you read it and you haven't spoke it. Then there's a whole class of phrases and things like that you've only heard it, and there's like a cargo culting of it. There wasn't an understanding of it in the specific as to why it exists.
Of that is somebody who had only read the word but had never, or didn't put two and two together when they called it rendezvous, not rendezvous. Rendezvous.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I've heard that. It must have been something we watched together. Fiona, are you the one that brought up factoid? I think it was on Twitter or something like that. That the use of the word factoid is like generally incorrect in the in modern conversation. It's something about factoid is not a small fact. A factoid is like a mongoloid of truth, which is that it is not correct. It's like
It's Stephen Colbert's truthiness.
Yeah, truthiness, like a common wisdom or whatever, or accepted wisdom about that word is totally incorrect. I thought it was
right.
But I'm not as stickly as I used to be about it. But yeah, it drives me nuts when
Decimate is the one I lose my shit over every
yeah,
fucking
that's
time.
a hot one. And
bitch, you mean devastate. You keep
Right.
saying decimate. No,
Right.
10% did not get removed, so it's not a fucking decimation.
Mahler had an episode about that. He had a full-on tism about it because people are accusing him of using it wrong, but he actually whipped out the dictionary one time.
Yeah, decimation dates from the Roman military.
Right.
It was a punishment.
Right.
That when a group was found to be dishonorable, they could be sentenced to decimation, which meant that you walked around and you just 1, 2, 3, 4,
1
5,
out of
and then
10.
you get 10. And the especially harsh version of decimation was the other 9 had to kill that one.
Oh God!
Wait, so I can't say that someone got decimated then?
Not
Did they
someone.
get 1/10?
No, it would be a group of people that would be decimated.
Or an organization.
Well, or they got diced up and 10% of their body was cut off and tossed somewhere.
Yeah.
So you're in a Saw
right.
movie.
Decimation, it's in the name.
Dessa, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So decimation was let's say that your platoon fucked up in a dishonorable way. They would then walk, you would have all of you line up. We would walk along and then name every 10th one. And then either the ruling body would kill those 10, or the worst version of decimation is the other 9 had to kill that one.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's currently driving me nuts, and it's a little weird, but I do watch a lot of like younger YouTubers. I watch a bunch of people that live in Japan or whatever, Trash Taste and all their people. And the thing that drives me absolutely insane is their misuse of the word aesthetic. They say that something is aesthetic.
No,
it's aesthetic.
It's an aesthetic.
It has an aesthetic.
Right.
It cannot be aesthetic on its own. Yeah, and that makes me insane. And they
just don't understand what the word aesthetic means.
Right. They think aesthetic means a look or whatever,
Yes.
or attractive, and not that not the actual
type
meaning
of something. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a Blade Runner aesthetic. Blade Runner is not, an aesthetic necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
So
interesting.
Right. It's an aesthetic choice, not anesthetic.
Right. Or anesthesia.
Anesthetic is better.
I would like
and
some.
You go to sleep and you stop caring about this shit.
Considering how the stream has just gone to shit. Yes.
You know what? I'm one person that just broke the rule, and it's because I've never seen it written out before. But I thought it was for all intensive purposes.
No, all intents and
purposes. And I just learned that a month ago because I had always heard it, but never seen it written down.
But you'd always heard it used wrong. That's
no. Even if you hear it, if somebody's a bit sloppy in the ways, for all intents and purposes, right?
Yeah.
The thing you go is intensive purposes. Okay, very specific purposes. No, it's for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Now I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very common one. It's very.
That is a very common. Two of my personal peeves is the affect and effect.
Yes.
And when people say supposedly.
Oh
yes.
God, that makes me. It hurts my feelings so much.
Where is this bee that you have found?
Irregardless.
Yes, that's another one. Irregardless.
Yeah. All right.
Did you get the link? I finally sent it. Did it go through?
I'm processing it.
Oh,
for whatever fucking good that does.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Fiona, you were kidding me. Nobody says that. Doggy dog world. No,
yeah, I've never heard that.
I mean, I can see where they would screw that up.
Yeah, literally,
because they've only heard it. Yes,
own.
literal is. Yeah.
I'm trying to stop saying it, but
yes. When they say it's a mute point, no, it's a moot
point.
Yeah.
Or if you're Joey on Friends, it's a moo point.
Yeah, moo point.
A moo point.
The cows back me on this. It's
a
moo
cow's
point.
opinion. It's
Yeah.
moo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm uploading the link that you sent, Barbara, just to.
Yeah, Racerhead's back and Fiona up. Doggy Dog World.
Oh, Barbara, what are the two that Molly?
I actually want to go to Doggy Dog World.
What?
That sounds like a great time.
What are the two that Molly?
Where dogs own dogs.
I don't know because I can't hear you.
What? Give me a second, panel. What are the 2 or 3 that Molly always says wrong on Mammoth Club?
Oh,
Peachy King. Peachy King is one. She thought
Peachy
it was
King.
King, not Keen. What was the other one?
She adds a T to it, and now I can't think of what it is.
All right. Well, if it comes to you,
Yeah.
I've always been a fan of somehow an extra syllable shows up in the word realtor, where they suddenly, oh, it's a realtor. Where is this A? I don't see it when I spell it.
That's like nuclear.
Nuclear, yeah.
I like Rick in Trailer Park Boys. He gets all these wonderful phrases fucked up. My favorite.
Melbourne taking shots at Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry, I was multitasking. Where is Melvin? Oh, Mr. Brune.
Dude.
Mr. Brune.
Well, if we're going to go just a common, my mom used to always pronounce the word donkey as donkey. And her reasoning behind it was because donkey and monkey are only one letter off, and you would never say monkey or monkey.
Monkey.
So she pronounced donkey as donkey.
I got into an argument with a coworker about how almonds are pronounced because he compared it to salmon. Like, so you don't say almonds, right?
Yeah.
So why is it salmon or whatever? We are fucking.
Fiona is just straight up laying down the pet peeves.
Oh, yeah.
Case and point. Fuck off. No, it's the case and point. And piqued my interest. No.
Oh, hunger pains. Yeah, that's one too. That's a little picky, but yeah, you're right. That is a thing. Okay. Wow. In the meantime, let's watch something really, really painful but Christmassy. Shall we?
Tom.
Oh, shit. Oh, good Lord.
Oh, this is haunting.
No, Howdy Doody was always fucked up.
Yeah, it's not good.
Everybody was getting ready for the visit of Santa.
Please stop screaming at me, Puppet Man.
Oh, God.
Oh, my
no.
God. There's a clown under the tree. No one asked for that.
No.
Big name.
That's not the Clarabelle I want.
He's eating the tree. Why is he eating the tree?
He's eating the popcorn string.
Well, how you doing there, Howdy? Oh, finished, Buffalo Bob.
Every
Boy,
day's
I
a
sure hope Santa
nightmare.
Claus fills my stocking with presents. Clarabelle, do you want to hang
Is
out
that
your
a
stocking
euphemism
now?
for?
Everyone just went silent. Really, can you say it?
I think Vex has got me high.
Is this a fever dream? Like I'm.
Yeah,
Vex, do you know about Howdy Doody?
I've heard of him before. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not pointing you out as like a young person. I was just legit.
Oh, so I'm old. Okay.
Well, she's also Canadian, which
What is with the zebra pattern on this clown, though?
I love
act
it.
like you don't know.
That's a
fashion
good setting.
Look, stripes are slimming.
That clown is dressed like Mrs. Roper from Three's Company.
Oh, what a silly clown. Well, you'll find out.
Looks like he had a dog turd on the top of his head.
Almost midnight, and Santa will be here any
The
minute
dog
now.
sat on Buffalo Bob's head.
He does look like a doctor.
Oh, is it my turn to finger the clock? Oh boy.
See, Bob has an unusually flat head.
Oh, I'm doing it.
It's 12 o'clock.
Is he wearing a bald cap, or is that actually...
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Bob's head.
Yeah. That cowboy's wearing a onesie like he stole it from Elvis. You know,
Buffalo
Every
Bob
time
is always a bit
it's a-
questionable.
every
It's
time
like a
Elvis plays Arizona,
cap.
he wears that.
It's a proto Cowboy Curtis thing.
Well, that's funny.
Not ha ha funny.
This is definitely not a hairpiece that Bob is wearing.
Oh, I'm blind.
Oh my God, blackface! Blackface! Cancel this.
Oh shit!
Quick, run for Premier of Canada.
Yeah, I've been there too. Thrown up out the window on Christmas Day.
Gee, Buffalo Bob, what do you think happened to Santa Claus? Well, Howdy, there's only one way to find out. Well, what's that, Buffalo Bob?
Check
Let's
the
go to North Pole
obituaries.
and see what
Oh.
happened to Santa Claus.
It's like Reagan missing
Dr.
another
Satan.
chromosome.
That's
Yeah.
just what I mean. We'll take the rocket-doodle and we'll be up there in a jiffy.
See, a lot of people don't know that President Reagan was an actor
Come on, Claire,
before
what you up
he
to?
was
Without
president.
snowing, we'll have a
And
great
here he
What?
is being held in a coat
Here we
with this
come.
cowboy.
While being president, as
Well, being president. Still
my
with strings attached. Flash Gordon?
You got your Flash Gordon
We're
in my...
going,
Howdy
we're
doody.
going to Santa's workshop where we are
in space.
You're a bandit.
in
Oh,
space
no.
Let me
with
show you.
child slave labor.
Yeah.
There, see?
But I tell you, I'm not the bandit. I'm Santa
Oh.
Claus.
Yeah, go on. The newspaper says that the bandit has a beard. Well, you got a beard. And I happen to be Ugly Sam, see? And I happen to be smart. And I know, therefore, that you are the
John
bandit.
Cassavetes is pissed at
Yeah,
Santa.
that's-
What's that?
I was like, my God, that man hasn't aged.
Say, I'll bet
Listen,
you
I'm
hold
very
back.
drunk.
Well, up in
I'd
the
like to
heavens
make a
high,
movie
see?
with you
And I'm
and
gonna
my
get the
wife.
entire gang
I want that outfit.
single-handed. Hey, look, there's
The
Santa's
old-timey
workshop right at the
swimsuit
North
outfit?
Yeah,
Pole.
no,
Come
it
on,
looks like
Patrick,
the old-timey
Ready,
prison
coming in for
outfit.
landing.
Kind of, but it's not. It's more like a French sailor top. Magic games. I love Lawrence Stripes.
No, Barbara's right. It looks like a 1920s swimsuit for women.
Oh my God, he's pulling his teeth out? Oh no.
Joke's on you. Santa's into that shit with a gag ball.
Ah,
That's right. Santa just popped his cookies.
Just got very, very dark.
literally.
Not just the blackface either.
I've got you, bandit gang. And away we go. Run, Clarabelle, run. Hey. Oh, go on, get him. Oh, stop, everybody, stop.
My God, no wonder the boomers were so fucked up.
Where is my phone and where's my lunch pail? Oh, I'll get you out, Santa. I'll get you out. Oh, no. Let him in.
What is happening?
This is like outtakes from Hell's a Poppin'.
Great.
Oh boy.
Cut for
They're all-
time.
Well, we've got boy on boy on boy action.
I was gonna say this did happen to me at band camp, but I didn't know there was a movie about it.
Ugly Sam.
No clarinet in sight.
Buffalo Bob. What? Sam. Oh. Ugly
Howdy
Sam.
Doody's like,
What
I
are you
like to
doing here?
watch.
Me?
I like to watch.
Oh, thank God. Excuse me while I whip this out.
Oh my.
I'm not
It
the
says the
bandit,
sheriff
I'm
is
Santa
near.
Claus.
Santa Claus.
Stop
Yes,
yelling.
Sam, he's Santa Claus. I captured the bandit. And away I go to get him. Oh, no. I'll get him, Sam. Oh, no. Wait. I know what, Ugly Sam. What do you want for Christmas? I want a mirror so I can look at my
not that
beautiful
ugly.
ugly face.
Here you are, Ugly Sam, and a Merry Christmas.
What? Oh, how beautiful.
And a young Benicio del Toro learns to love himself.
This ain't the bandit. This is Santa Claus. Well, it was nip and tuck.
Story?
But everything worked out fine. Santa Claus got there in time to bring toys to all the boys and girls.
This is again. This is why the boomers, you know, in the '60s just went for all the drugs. They were like, I want to recapture that howdy doody magic that I had as a kid.
I was about to say, so they used to put actual cocaine in Coke, you say?
Yeah, yeah.
The good stuff.
And opium and cough syrup.
Yeah.
And cannabis and cough syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back when we could still get sassafras legally.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, that was something.
Yeah.
Hello.
Howdy Doody was brought to you by NyQuil.
Yeah.
Lots of NyQuil.
And dextromethorphan.
They didn't sponsor us, but they did bring you this show.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
How the hell do you think we wrote this shit?
My God. Do we want to stay on Christmas theme, or is it just no?
Oh, fuck that shit. No. Oh my God. What the? I want to go into rehab.
I thought we were going to go on the
stream.
Australian theme. So
I have not seen any John Lithgow as an evil toy maker either. You know
what?
You know the movie Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that movie either. Actually, I thought that was Tim Allen. Actually, Santa Claus.
Yeah, I think Lithgow's in it.
No, from the 80s. Santa Claus and John Lithgow is an
where it was like the epic. It was like the Marvel superhero movie of Santa Claus.
The same studio that did Superman and Supergirl did Santa Claus.
Did Santa Claus.
It's the same special effects, and when you watch that movie, it is like watching money burn.
Yes,
and that money is actually just burning into the atmosphere because no one liked that movie.
Yeah, the hilarious thing is the ads at the time were really like a Marvel superhero kind of movie. Santa Claus was this superhero. You're really going to see what's going. You'll believe a man can fly everywhere and give gifts to all the children or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then it came out, and I think 8 people saw it. They were like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
But if you want to see John Lithgow talk about how much he fucking hates Santa Claus, then you should watch that. Then you should watch that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, Gamer, the Supergirl with Helen Slater, Christian Slater's sister.
Yes, it's great.
Kind of cute.
Great. Yeah,
it is something.
Well, the legend of Billie Jean.
Oh wow! Okay,
which has both of them in it.
I'll raise you gleaming the cube.
I do have, yes, I remember the gleaming the cube. But I don't think Helen was in that.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, but the Legend of Billie Jean had both of the, because he was the little brother.
Yeah,
movies that no one has seen for $400.
They couldn't afford to be innocent.
They will be invincible.
Stand up and face
the enemy. Enemy. Sorry.
Oh my.
No diuretics here. We go straight for the enema.
Satisfy you mutual benefits.
Hey, they stood up with enemas in the right stuff.
Just might not stay in. That's all.
Yeah, there was a bit of a race.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Like that movie came out when I was a kid, and all I remember is that there's poop and pee jokes in it. That's the only thing I remember about the right stuff.
That's all I remember about the Star Wars prequels.
That's all I remember about my childhood.
The poop and the pee jokes?
Yes.
All right. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right.
Are we back in Australia? God damn it.
Worse. It's fucking Orange County.
I can't handle it.
Oh.
We are.
Oh no!
We're officially off the rails. Fuck Christmas and fuck YouTube. So
this film was shot from a golf cart.
Oh God, it is. Oh God.
I actually EQ'd this and tried to play records. I work on this stuff, guys. I actually work on this.
I'd like to think the Victory Squad inspired the Avengers.
Starring Ronald Reagan.
That's Howdy Doody.
And Bobo the Clown.
Wait a minute. Ronald Reagan and John Wayne in the same place at the same time.
Oh,
I'm real
yeah.
glad to be able to talk
You
to you.
cannot get more fucking
this has to be
American than
Reagan
that.
running for governor.
I'm sure we all agree.
It is.
Yep.
On our candidate,
I'm pretty sure that
couldn't
this
have a
is
better one.
filmed at
But
his
now we've got to
John
make
Wayne's
sure that he
house
gets elected.
in
Wow.
Newport
You
because
know,
he
elections
lived right
are
on the
funny
water.
things. You look at the total
John
vote.
Wayne was like, Ronald Reagan,
Doesn't
will you
mean
please
much.
come over to my house
you
and make
take-
a short film?
All of the individual people that it takes to make up that vote that comes home to you. It's like that bay out there. It's a pretty big body of water, but it's just a lot of drops put together. And that's what an election is. So besides voting ourselves, if each one of us will see to it that the whole Republican vote gets to the polls, we can win. On the last several elections, we Republicans have made a pretty good showing by doing just that. Now, 2 years
Before
ago,
I
we
die
made a
of lung
successful
cancer.
film explaining our time-proven method for getting out the vote. And the man who was one of our hardest precinct workers will show you how the
like,
Republican
listen,
Victory
Pilgrim.
Squad, as we call it, works.
Deregulation
graduated
helps me
from
get my
precinct work.
boat out onto the
He is
water a
now our
lot easier.
candidate for governor,
Just walk
my
out
good
onto
friend,
the thing.
Ronald Reagan.
Now, this is a Victory Squad headquarters.
That's
one
a
of many that are in
terrible map
operation
of the
throughout the
United
county.
States.
It doesn't look like much at the moment. What it needs is people. You and me. The people who volunteer for the Victory Squad go out on election
Mostly
day and
me.
ask each and every registered Republican to go to the polls and vote. Months before the election, other volunteers prepare special lists of every single registered Republican in the county so that the work of the Victory Squad can go off without a hitch. The most modern equipment and skilled personnel are used. All the really hard, tedious work is done ahead of time so that
It is entertaining, guys, isn't it?
you can go out to the precincts, meet the people, Republicans who think and believe as you do, and get them down to vote, down to the polls where every ballot counts. In
Speed
1960,
gerrymandering
Nixon
live
lost to Kennedy
and in person.
by 118,000 votes in the entire country. And there were
It's the
15 million
gerrymandering
registered Republicans
telethon.
who stayed home from the polls that day.
Jerry.
The Democrats did it. They got their people out and to the polls. Well, let's take a leaf from their book.
They are special children.
This person-to-person contact
Everyone,
is
let's
what
dance
counts
on
in
those
elections.
polls.
It's been proved since
Let's
the ballot
twirl,
box was
twirl
invented.
on the
It made the
polls.
difference in the 1960
Do it
presidential
for
election.
Reagan.
It's still true
I
today.
mean, you'll get my vote if you
With all
work
the
the poll.
TV campaigning, the mass meetings, the newspaper advertising, the electioneering gimmicks, there is no substitute for down-to-earth, house-to-house, person-to-person contact. Let's
know,
see how the Victory
really
Squad works.
annoying
Let's
the
meet
shit
one of
out
the
of
volunteers.
Well, it's politics.
I'm John Bennett. I've got a wife and 2 children, a job I like, and frankly, not much time for anything else. I've always considered myself a good Republican, but I've never really been able to do much about it except vote, write a letter to my congressman once in a while, make a
Help
contribution,
a black kid.
and gripe about the way things are going. I'm pretty good at that. I got hot under the
Also
collar
do
just
some
thinking about
voiceover
the way the
work.
government's spending my money, about all the things I know the Republicans can do better. So I decided that I don't have the right to complain unless I really try to do something about it.
John called Republican
So I
headquarters and
started
learned that there was an
building pipe
organization
bombs.
set up for people just like him. People who want to contribute.
No, it's a
but
little
don't have
later in
much
the
time.
60s when that
The
happens.
Victory Squad.
Got myself a shed out
All
in
he
the
had to
country.
do was give 6 hours of time. 6 hours on election day. That's not much for the big reward.
And about
Volunteers
600
report on election
bullets.
day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and join with the regular precinct workers who've been working all year long.
For deer hunting.
This
Oh,
gives
man.
them 6
I
hours
hate
before
having
the
to
polls
vote
close
in
to
a
find
funeral
Republicans who
parlor.
haven't
You know what I
voted.
mean?
Remember,
I mean, there's a certain
this year the polls
poetry about
close
it.
at 8 o'clock. Well, this is it. Same place you saw at the beginning,
Nice.
but with that
trunk.
extra added important ingredient.
Thanks. You just had to
People. Here's John, feeling a bit lost at first. Now that's
If
Mr.
you were
Hewitt.
a member
He's
of
high
the
school
Republican
principal playing
Party,
hooky
why
for the
would you
afternoon.
mount that?
This
Makes
nice
no
woman,
sense to me.
Mrs. Duffy,
You should mount a
and
donkey,
this is Silas
right?
Johnson.
I mean,
He owns an oil
I
company.
mean, I would hate mount a Republican.
They're all on the Victory Squad.
as long as
I
I
have to
He makes up the
say
teams
that
who'll work
the
with one another.
Democrats cheat a bit. I mean, all the parties have asses. Why did they think that they're
Lucky man.
special?
Your teammate is Mary Myers.
Right.
Is it me or does he look like one of the dicks from
Each
Bewitched?
team gets to choose which precinct they'd like to
From
work
what?
in.
He looks like
Bewitched.
Don Storm
Part of the
Rock
city she doesn't
Hudson.
know well. That's a good idea. That's one of the enjoyable
sort of an
aspects of this
in-between
job. You
dick.
get to meet new people in
Yeah.
neighborhoods you've never stopped to look at before.
Darren and Rock Hudson had a
one of the
love
dicks,
child.
a Dick Sargent or a Dick York.
The basis
Yeah.
for the entire operation. And the result of all the automation.
They spent some
operation you
time.
saw
They
before.
spent some love time with Rock Hudson,
The
and
names of all
that's
the
the guy that came
Republicans in a
out.
precinct are listed in
Call 'em
numerical order of their
He's like,
street
look,
addresses.
here are all the
So that a
Democrats in your
volunteer doesn't
neighborhood.
search in the precinct
Please
for each
write these
particular voter
addresses
by
down.
name,
Exactly.
but finds him by house
And
number.
await instructions.
Now for the briefing. Our instructor explains the job to the teams. For the benefit of shy members, he reminds them that the Victory Squad isn't out to do any electioneering. They don't have to persuade anyone how to vote. They're only calling on people who already agree with their political philosophy. Republicans. Republicans who haven't voted yet. The dispatcher makes sure that everyone knows how to get where he's going and by the quickest route. They're off.
Somebody's going to need a
First
helicopter
stop,
to follow
the polling
his
place in the precinct where they'll
instructions.
work. Now, you've all seen the big list that hangs outside the polling places. The names of all those citizens who have already voted are crossed off every hour by the election officials. It's as simple as that for John and Mary to find out which Republicans haven't voted.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Now a machine
The
just
first
votes
hurdle
for
is the
you.
hardest.
Yes.
Easy as that. This lady's waiting for her husband to take her when he comes home from work.
This is when the canvasser informs her that her husband went out for milk and is not coming back. So why don't you just ride with me to the polling station?
If he comes back, he will take her.
Oh, yes.
Mary makes a
She's
note
waiting
that she
for her
may have
husband to
return
take her
later
when
to
he
check.
gets home. And if he doesn't,
John
someone
has hit
else.
pay dirt on his first try.
Maybe a
Here's
camera.
a
Perhaps
young mother
me,
who can't
Ronald
get a
Reagan.
babysitter for her children. Just the sort of problem the Victory Squad is
She was
designed
hoping for John Wayne,
John
but she'll
will call
settle.
headquarters and have a volunteer babysitter sent out within an hour.
Can you blame her? That cardigan was smoking.
It was.
Now that's a vote
If it was
the Republicans
cashmere, I'd
wouldn't
be
have
all
if
in.
it hadn't been for John.
What is that dress?
How we doing, Ed?
I guess you know we can always use more help. I just gave Jim Davis and his
Maybe
wife a
get
big
off your
post
ass,
in
Ron,
precinct.
and
Jim Davis,
phone.
the guy who did Garfield?
By
Jim's an old
really
hand.
try.
He got 2 extra votes in his precinct the last time.
wow.
When you stop to realize the large number of precincts in our county, well, you can see that 2 extra votes in each precinct could win an election.
Seriously, Ron, could you make
Here's a
some
man
coffee or
who's telephoned
something?
from Republican headquarters. But just a phone call wasn't enough. He figures, what's 1 vote, more or less? Who'll know the difference? Besides, he's got a lot to do. But there's something about meeting this man face to face that makes an apathetic voter get out and down to the polls.
Or ass to ass.
There were 15 million voters in the United States like him in the last election.
This is Orange
People
County.
who, because
Colin.
of inconvenience or indifference,
This is
did not vote.
Republicans. There are no black
When no one
people.
answers the bell, they leave doorknob hangers as reminders to vote.
And who to vote for.
Wait,
It's
what?
getting to be a race against the clock.
They become very
With only
tired,
half an hour until the
cranky,
polls
and
close,
eventually
John meets a
violent.
Republican who has no way of getting to
Soon,
the
many
polls.
young Republicans
He and
roam
Mary
the
do the only
streets.
thing they can.
Republicans?
Yes.
This
So what
would
if
be a
I've been
deciding
had
vote.
feuded? You know,
Is that a word that you
What are you talking
have
about?
said?
Fine.
6 hours really flew by. We'll know
Busted.
the results soon. There are John and Mary. They have every right to be pleased with themselves. They got 3 extra Republican votes in 1 precinct. Do you know by how little the Democrats won the plurality in 1960? By less than 1 vote a precinct. That's what the Victory Squad is designed to do. Get out that 1 or 2 extra votes that makes the difference.
Well, there were
All
12
we
people
need
in
for
Orange County,
Republican
and that
victory
mattered.
is a small change, not a large one. Now, I'd like to leave you with these words of Winston Churchill. The destiny of mankind is not decided by material computation. When great causes are on the move in the world, we learn that we're spirits, not animals, and that something is going on in space and time and beyond space and time, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty.
He said duty.
Well, there you have it. Now it's up to us. If you'll sign up for the Victory Squad on one of these cards, you'll be contacted for what I hope
Free
is
hand job.
exciting and rewarding job. So put your name down now and
Your very own
help make
card
our
again.
candidate the next governor of California. See you on election day.
I doubt it.
Let's see.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is John Wayne? You just go John Wayne. They know everything else. It's fine.
John
you don't have to put
Wayne,
anything down. Yeah,
Newport Beach.
John motherfucking Wayne. Okay, all right. Yep. I know him.
Yes,
John
sir, Mr.
Wayne, Hollywood.
Mhm. Yes, Mr. Wayne.
John Wayne sitting there filling out one after the other after the other. John Wayne, John Dane, Bon Jovi,
John A. Wayne, John B. Wayne, John C. Wayne, Newport.
Don't ever say anything about that Marion thing. I try to keep that under wraps.
We win these things by 1 or 2 votes. Fuck you. I'm filling
Yes.
out a bunch.
Good news is we've instigated mail-in ballots this year.
Oh my
Yes. That's right. That's what Waylon Bocephus. That's right. That's what his real name was.
Yep.
Marion.
Marion Morrison.
Was it Morrison? Marion? Something close, but it was Marion for sure.
was
Yeah, I know
definitely
it was
Marion.
Marion.
Yeah. All I want to do is quote Repo Man. At this point in the show, we might as well. John Wayne was a bundle of sticks.
The hell he was.
He was too, you boys. I installed two-way mirrors at his pad in Brentwood. He come to the door in a dress.
Fucking John Wayne. Tell us who it was.
Tell it who it was. Well, Jeff and I are just going to riff with each other for the rest of the night.
I mean, I can start busting out some Public Enemy lyrics about John Wayne, but we may get demonetized.
I come into someone's place of work, this shit's scared. They think I come to kill them. And I would.
And I would.
I'll kill anybody who crosses me.
Blanks get the job done too when it comes to election day.
You fucking repo men are all out to lunch.
We could do this all night. Literally could do this all night.
I get my best thinking done on the bus.
Yeah. Shrimp, plate of shrimp, all that shit.
Are you serious?
Mm.
Nobody takes the bait on that one?
Vex, wake up.
Repo Man is always serious, kid.
Intense. You blew the line. You blew the line.
Yeah.
Vex. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm busy talking with Jamalama about Orange County.
Understood.
Vex is just waiting for things to wind down so she can make her inevitable escape.
She's gonna exit.
Yeah.
My grand escape. There
She
you go.
already has, I think. Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
No.
I've been here. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, due to copyright, we had to remove Vex from the stream.
Yeah, somebody put a copyright claim.
Somebody claimed her.
As it turns out,
Cannoli, curse you.
Santa owns the hat, so you can't wear that in Avatar.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You can't copyright Brown Magic bonus hole though. That's all me.
That is.
I'm
Gamer,
copyrighting myself
trust
right
me,
now.
I saw it, Gamer, but we were in the midst of watching something. I couldn't actually refer to it at that time. But oh yeah, I saw the Ming. It was when we were watching that Howdy Doody Dog shit. And
yeah.
Oh, sorry, we missed it.
I very much want Brown Magic bonus hole to be like a hotel band that I saw while I was like,
yeah. They were the intro act to Murph and the Murph Tones. It was very good.
Fiona's still on her own terror at home.
Yeah.
Curb your enthusiasm.
Cold
Jesus
slump.
Christ.
Cold
Get
slump.
off scotch free.
Yeah. Scapegoat. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Biding your time.
What's an escape though? What is
That sounds like I can see biding your time if you're watching Panel on a certain hub, but you know.
I just want free scotch.
Where can I get scotch for free?
What?
You can get it with the cold slaw.
Fiona's got the big brain.
Oh my god.
She's
a
a
last
scientist.
stitch effort. Wow.
Yes,
Back in
yes.
Excellent.
She's
Ugh.
got a very satisfied and tired husband. Fiona's the bomb.
Oh,
That is
that is
excellent.
funny.
Cold slaw? Are people retarded? What?
No, I've heard people say cold slaw.
Oh my god.
I've heard it once or twice.
I
Yeah.
don't. It says it right on the fucking bottle for the sauce and everything, though. Like,
What's worse is they'll put.
No, they think that's a
raisins in it.
brand. It's coal, but when you put the coal,
Mr.
liquid
Cole's
on the coal
slaw.
slaw. Yeah.
oh my goodness.
Old man Coles.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah,
slaw.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Vex, you need a TM after that.
Yeah.
The brown magic bonus hole TM.
Yeah, TM, yeah.
I still don't know how to do the TM thing. I always have to Google it and copy paste it.
Oh,
I just cheat and use parentheticals.
Yeah, I do. I do that
because
for the
that's
copyright fee, too.
legally allowed.
Yeah, I suck at typing. I used to be all right with it. Okay, Vex, our darling brown magic hole brown bonus.
Oh,
I understand that you may be
our
on
magic hole.
Do you need
It is a hole of brown bonus.
Do you need to totter off to Canada land?
To Canada land.
I don't
That
know.
sounds like a nightmare.
It's
not a
Canuckistan. Hello.
Chinadia. Chinadia.
Chinadia.
Why don't you go spend your beaver bucks on something and see what works out?
That would be
for you?
West Canada for sure.
Did you see that my average federal taxes are going up? So now the average family will pay 46.1%.
46.
Yeah.
Look, you get to keep the majority. I don't know what you're bitching about.
Right? Look at all the social programs you get. You
Yeah.
get free euthanasia.
Perhaps you'd like some health care.
Free,
of a
free
specific type.
imprisonment, Free blackface.
Yes. I mean, you have Nazis in Parliament. What more do you want? I don't know. I don't know what more
yeah,
you
it
need.
really is heaven on earth. It really
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Like
It is springtime for Hitler and Germany or Canada.
Like you can take the free blackface, but it's kind of like hard candies. Like it's free, sure, but wouldn't you rather have a Kit Kat?
Yeah, it's like the licorice candy that somebody like. Oh, okay, I'll take it, but I'm not putting this in my mouth. No, no.
If you want the quality menstrual action, then
Yeah. Which minstrel are you referring to, Jethro?
Menstrual or minstrel?
Well, he said minstrel, which is why I asked.
We have a short for that too.
There was yes.
My God.
Yes. We already had the Disney minstrel.
Did I unintentionally segue?
We replaced Jethro's eyes with E's. Let's see if he finds out.
Hold on. Butt naked is an actual term. What is it supposed to be?
Buck.
It was Buck originally.
But you thought it was butt naked?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm butt naked
That's
in this
great.
room.
No,
It's changed.
It is definitely not butt naked.
Yeah, not originally, not at all.
Definitely not.
Okay,
Tongue
it's a
in
moot
cheek.
point. Tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Exact revenge?
Yeah.
Extract revenge.
Yeah. What she's saying is extract revenge. She hears.
Yeah.
Expatriate? What is that supposed to be?
Like they used to be a patriot, but they're not. Which is not what an expatriate is.
Expatriate.
An expat.
An expat, yeah.
Expat.
Yeah.
Is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when you hug someone too much and then you're like, I'm sorry.
No, that's actually Tom Brady.
You know, I passed mustard the other day and I went straight to the emergency room.
Yeah. Babies do that a lot. Babies will pass mustard with great enthusiasm.
What is that supposed? Is that supposed to say pass gas?
No,
Mustard.
it's pass. You pass the muster.
Muster drill. Like,
Yeah.
Muster.
Muster. M-U-S-T-E-R.
Yeah.
Pass
muster.
Muster is a
It's a military term. You muster, and then they walk and inspect, and if you don't get called out, you
I've
have
never
passed
heard that
muster.
term before.
Have you ever gone on a cruise? You have to go to a muster station.
No,
Muster
I've never been on a
drill.
cruise before.
Yeah,
muster
muster
drills.
is basically collect a group.
yeah, everybody gets together and then you're,
But you
Interesting.
muster the troops.
Yeah,
and they then line up, and then they go through inspection, and you pass muster if nobody goes, dumbass, why is your shoes tied wrong? Why is your tie?
Yeah,
in
and
the
on a
wrong
cruise
place?
ship, it would be to go through lifeboat procedures and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay.
You have to wear your life vest.
Jamma, I
and-
have to call you out on this. All chaps
All
are
chaps
assless
are
by
assless by definition.
Otherwise, they're pants.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't say assless chaps.
Well, you can't.
I mean, you can if you're specifically
ass chaps are pants.
right, but no. So I have used the term assless chaps when nothing else is being worn but the fucking chaps.
Okay, so
Oh,
embarrassing story time.
No, I can tell you one about the Culinary Institute in San Francisco where assless chaps showed up.
I was like 4 years old, and I got one of those cowboy sets for Christmas one year, with the cap guns and the holsters and the chaps and the hat and everything like in one big box. So, and we were poor as fuck. So that Halloween after Christmas, I dressed up like a cowboy for Halloween. And my mom, said, do you want help putting on your cowboy outfit? No, Mom, I got it.
I got this.
Yeah. And so like 2 doors into trick-or-treating, my mother realizes that I'm wearing the chaps with no pants.
Do you have underwear on at least?
I did have tidies on.
I am calling your mom.
It's
I want
true.
pictures. Pictures.
Macho man.
So my father was probably like 3 or 4, and he got the cap guns with the holster or whatever, and was left at home while everybody else went to church because he was young and he was going to be a mess. He somehow escaped the house and made it to church, and then came walking down the aisles wearing his cowboy boots, his belt and holster and guns, and not another goddamn thing on him.
Wow.
And my grandmother then lost her shit because it was like, oh my God, this is what's going on. My grandfather just kind of laughed about it.
Dang. Wait, hold on. Jamma, to be fair, hold on. I think we can reinvent or redefine the term assless chaps. Like, you know how sometimes people refer to a friend as like a chap? Like, hey, he's a good old chap.
Oh.
So it's like if Brie Larson was your friend,
if you were friends with
you would
Brie
have an
Larson,
assless chap.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm down with that, actually. Let's start a thing.
You mean he's glute deficient, or there's no way he's going to be a bottom?
Speaking of Blazing Saddles, Vex, when are we going to discuss Blazing Saddles on
You know
MMM?
what? I've never seen Blazing Saddles.
Shut
Oh my
the
God.
door.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I because it's the 50th anniversary of that film that week. That's why we put it there.
Yeah.
oh man.
It is
but that'll
one
be
of the
February.
finest comedies you will ever watch.
And
Yeah,
again,
And certainly one that would never be able to be made today.
never.
Oh,
That's
hell
what I
no.
keep hearing. Yeah.
You
So
know,
I'm
it's
excited.
it's funny that people always say you couldn't make Blazing Saddles today, because it's important to remember this was written by
Richard Pryor.
a staff of writers that include black guys and Jewish guys.
No, Richard
And-
Pryor was one of the
Yeah,
main
it was-
writers for
yeah,
that.
and
Yeah.
He was a
it
Jew
was-
and black.
Yeah, and it was making fun of, like cinematic tropes at the time that, like,
And
everyone
racism.
knew were like problematic. And they were just like, kind of like, putting a face on it. But most importantly, Blazing Saddles is fucking hilarious. So I really do-
So Jethro,
I have to
name
say,
the great comedies that you've seen in the last 5 years.
well, to
Right.
say
So
that,
again, they couldn't make Blazing Saddles.
to say that Blazing Saddles hasn't been made today doesn't mean it couldn't be made today.
No, it could
No
not.
chance.
No comedy has been made that's worth anything in the last 5 years.
No, not in the last 5 that I can think of.
No.
No, it was a different time. It was 57.
1957 or 58.
Got laid that very night.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles takes racism and just absolutely grabs it by the lapels and shakes the fucking shit out of it.
Right, and does it
Yeah.
across all manner of like
Everybody.
again,
No,
Mel Brooks
everybody gets a
as
slam.
the Jewish Indian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oy.
Yeah.
Right.
Papa walk. Boy, they're darker
Boy,
than me.
They're darker than me.
Yeah. There's so many lines from that we can't even do on YouTube. It's amazing. It is so funny.
Yeah, the ability to not only laugh at racism but also laugh at the stereotypes within racism.
Yeah.
That is beyond what common, the common culture right now can handle.
And racists.
Opportunity to laugh at
Well,
racism. I still laugh at racism. What-
Right, exactly. It's hilarious. That's the point of it. But we become so sensitized in media. Oh my God, somebody might be offended. Yeah, well, that comes with the meal with comedy.
Yeah, Waylon, that is
Waylon,
the
that's my
line I
neighbor.
always
Yes.
I always go to that line, and I can't repeat it here.
Oh, she brought you a pie. She did.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Vex,
Of course,
you were
you'll
gonna
have the
love.
case not to mention any of this.
They're common people, salt of the earth, morons.
Howard Johnson was right. Vex, you're gonna love this movie. It is right up your alley. If you pardon the expression.
And it takes the piss out of Hollywood.
Very
Yes.
much.
Yeah. Oh,
So what you're
yeah.
telling
I
me
mean,
is
it just
perfect movie is what you're telling me.
There is.
Yes.
Yeah, I am loath. Maybe the Asians escape a bit of it, although I think they might be in line during the recruiting of
Yes, they
Harmony
are.
Korman's.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, there is very few
And we don't
that are
want the
spared.
Irish.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah,
Vex,
and they mentioned Richard Pryor writing it, but so did Paul Mooney. Like,
Yes.
he was,
Mhm.
he
Yep.
was
He
also
did.
one of the writers
Fucking
on it
Paul
hilarious.
Mooney
as
was
well.
one of the writers as well.
And as a matter of fact, like people love to mention the "Where the White Girls At" line, and
That smells like Paul Mooney. That absolutely has the smell
I have
of Paul
to,
Mooney.
yeah,
on it.
that I feel like he wrote that line.
So on my little headliner thing or whatever next to my avatar, Teutonic Titwillow, that's from Blazing Saddles.
Yes.
Oh.
it's a Lily von Stupp.
Lily von Stupp.
But I guess when I say like, it I don't agree that you couldn't make Blazing Saddles today. I guess what I really mean is like this manner of comedy, for our time could certainly exist, like that's definitely possible, and like don't despair. Like this manner of comedy is always right around the corner.
Oh, I think it can come back. It can't be done
today,
right now.
No.
Yeah, I don't think today, in today's climate of wokeness, and I'm sorry for using that word. I apologize.
Boo.
It's the only way
Drink,
we
everyone,
can get
drink.
across.
Use the word.
I did use the word. I don't think in this climate that you could probably get away with it without people just losing their shit.
Yeah, there's too many people who will either claim few of the people who are actually being mocked will claim aggrieved status. What you will have a lot of people who cape and claim aggrieved status on behalf of someone else.
Yes.
And be shocked and grab their pearls, clutch them, and then run for the fainting couches and demand that this kind of thing not happen.
And it's handled in a way that it's not.
Again, the sheriff is the smartest guy in this fucking movie.
Yeah, in the room. Yeah, totally. And it's handled in a way where no one is actually being like belittled. It just it's making fun of reactionary, weird racism.
No.
Well, it is a mockery of the stereotypes by taking those stereotypes to like their logical conclusions in many ways
and tearing them inside out.
Right. And because you take them all the way, we're on a slippery slope. Well, bitch, let's get on the toboggan and let's go all the way down and find out how this thing ends up going back up the hill the other way. Yeah.
Off the cliff we go.
And there's a lot of things about it, like how it goes completely over the top. And then you have this wonderful scene just between Cleavon Little and
Gene Wilder.
And Gene Wilder. Where they break character. Yeah. Where they're smoking a joint and they break character.
And like, yeah.
Good luck.
I love Gene Wilder hanging. He's drunk and he's like, are we awake now? I don't know. Are we black?
Are we born now? Yeah.
Well, again, his comment, these are common people, salt of the earth, morons.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
All right, Vex. If you're gonna stick around, we're gonna do another short.
Nah, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go to
All right.
sleep.
You sound tired. It's
Thank
okay.
you for hanging out.
Pardon?
Thank you for hanging out.
Oh,
Yes.
it's always my pleasure.
Oh,
I
and
like hanging out with you guys.
speaking of hanging out, thanks for your illustration the other day.
Oh, my Florence Pugh boobs.
Your boob diagram.
Again,
How did I miss that?
these are boobs that are legally separated in pursuing a divorce.
They're not friends with each other.
The thrill is gone, baby. Thrill is gone.
I did look at a picture of Florence Pugh topless after I drew that. I was like, wow, from memory, that's really spot on.
Yeah, the best part was watching Bex when she read my comment in chat and just seeing her lose her shit on the camera while trying not to make noises so she doesn't interrupt anybody. I was like, oh, I see Bex has read my comment, and she's immediately responding. Yeah.
And then the next day on Twitter, it became a mini meme, which was great. It was fantastic. So thank you for your artistic talent as well.
You're most welcome. Anyway, thank you for having me. I always have fun here. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Are you guys doing one of these next week, or what's the
Every
plan?
Friday.
Yep.
It's
Friday.
Be
Friday.
whipping out the. Excuse me while I whip.
Excuse
this
me
out.
while I whip this out.
We're going to be whipping out our top tens.
I can't find a good theme. I can't find a good New Year's movie that we can show. Apparently, we're not allowed to show anything anymore.
Apparently not.
I am taking suggestions for.
You know what?
Have we considered artistic
Yes.
I consider it all the time.
Mrs. Cannoli Sasquatch posted on her Twitter, I think yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday. So you can find it there.
Yeah, Sassy posted it if you look at her account.
Vex, I could see you trying to gnaw your own hands off during Lofty's. I guess I will generously call it an argument.
Dude, I was so fucking high that entire stream.
It didn't help. It didn't help, did it? It did not help it make sense in any way.
No, it didn't. But it came together nicely in the end. So
unlike her boobs.
Unlike Florence Pugh's boobs, yeah.
Look, some things some breaks just can't be resolved.
What is a prequel? I still don't know.
Why?
Not her boobs.
You're supposed to tie everything together.
That's the twice removed sequel. Those boobs.
Yeah. That's the Disney Star Wars sequel of boobs right there. They're totally divorced. Have nothing to do with the prior work.
Who gets custody of the kids?
Vex,
The
you're off
left or the right?
Good night and have a great Christmas.
Thank you.
We'll see you in all the usual sandboxes at all the usual times.
In the circles, so to speak, we'll say.
If I may.
If I may.
will.
Tongue on cheek.
Do you want to?
If you will.
Plug anything, or are you?
No, just I guess keep an eye on my channel in the next couple days. His videos are going to be dropping.
Oh, that's right. You got 2 videos coming out. Everybody subscribe.
That's why I'm tired, because
I
I'm fucking
can't
writing
wait for the
scripts.
Aquaman.
You know what? I actually, I need to watch Rebel Moon and then revisit that script, because I read through it and I'm like, there's only one Nazi joke in here. There needs to be more. So I need something to lift my blood pressure, because I didn't mind Aquaman 2.
Also, Bex, you will rediscover I'm Tired when you watch Blazing Saddles. You will.
Yeah, I want to be there. I wish we could be there.
Oh my God! Please
sing it for you
record.
now.
Just record your reaction.
Yes,
You know what?
to watching
will
Blazing
live tweet
Saddles.
My watch of Blazing Saddles. How about that?
Do.
You have to record
Please
it
do.
and then just like, okay, start now. Press play. Okay, now here I am just watching it. We don't hear any of the movie or whatever. I just want to see your reactions and how many times you have to change your underwear because you wet yourself laughing so hard.
Yeah, just put the camera on top of the TV or computer or whatever. It is so you, Vex. You will fucking love it.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
This is the song of your people.
Oh.
The inappropriate
Oh
people.
yes. Oh yes.
Oh yes.
I assure you.
And it's done with amazing class and finesse. So.
Yes.
All I'm gonna say is there's a line that says they're always going and coming and coming and going.
Yes.
And always too soon.
Always too soon.
Tired. So tired.
I'm tired.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good
Max.
night. Merry Christmas.
Thanks for coming on.
She means that she's really pooped. Or what did I well I fucked up that line, but still really good at Repo Man.
Yeah.
You were thinking of the Scheisse porn that you were watching earlier.
Feeling like a 7.
Stop fucking singing, Kevin.
I wasn't singing, guy.
Standing right next to you, Kevin. You're fucking singing. Every line in that movie is so good. Alex Cox never even remotely approached the perfection of Repo Man. There's some weird editing. They had to drop the subplot with being a terrorist and all that, but it's a little awkward. But every piece of dialogue is
Well, again, such a great little indie movie.
But I am an Alex Cox fanboy, and I love Straight to Hell, and I love they just recently kind of like re-released a couple of his movies, and now the names of them are escaping me. But I really like the one he does a movie about a pair of like California biker cops, and then there is his big budget Ed O'Neill starring, I think.
I can't place it.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of Sid and Nancy back in the day, which has not aged well at all. But...
I don't know. Sid and Nancy's still pretty good.
Well, Gary Oldman carries the entire movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only because of Gary Oldman.
Yeah. But when I was a punk and went and saw that in the theater, oh my God, it blew my fucking mind.
Well, what's his name? Sid Richards sells them methadone.
Sid Richards?
Or what's his name? Oh, the guy who plays Light, like I'll walk into a place of work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. No, I can't
remember. What's that actress name? What's that actress name now? I don't know. He's in all Alex Cox movies. He's great.
Have you seen Repo Woman?
No.
I haven't either. I don't even know if it's being distributed, but he did some kind of crazy psychotronic green screen movie and called it Repo Woman, but I don't think it has anything to do with Repo Man at all.
Oh, brother.
I saw like a trailer or a clip of it and it looked atrocious.
Do you know the origin story behind Straight to Hell?
No.
So they were going to have a music festival, and of course the Clash was going to play, and Jim Jarmusch was involved, and it was going to be a benefit concert, and I can't remember exactly what the cause it was going to be like a benefit for. And it's going to take place at one of these Spanish towns where they used to shoot Italian westerns. And that was going to be like the music fest, But as it turns out, like everyone involved, Alex Cox included, hadn't the foggiest fucking notion how to put on such an event. So, it was kind of like the thing that like started and then almost immediately stopped. And also Dennis Hopper was involved, and all these other famous people. So,
Dennis Hopper, known for his organizational skills above
exactly.
Yeah.
So in the wake of all that, he just like hurries up and just makes this movie at that, at where they were going to have the music festival. And it stars all his old regulars, a lot of the cast from Repo Man. Cy Richardson.
Do we get Dick Rude in Straight to Hell?
Yes.
Kind of Dick Rude.
Dick Rude is selling hot dogs in Straight to Hell. Yeah.
He's not getting sushi and not paying. All right. We'll never get a better segue than that. What else do we have here, folks?
That's a good segue.
That-
Good
that's-
segue for anything.
All right. I'm
And
not
they
stalling
show up
for
on
time.
YouTube. God, I hate YouTube. God, I hate YouTube.
God, I hate YouTube. He just wants the world outside to know what we do.
Oh, I definitely had another. Oh, it's the one Barbara sent. Here we go.
All right.
Time to give the crew some brekkie. Oh, yeah, that's it. Come up here for a feed, guys.
Uh-oh.
There you going, Kevin. Barbara. Alex. Gaz, mate. Fucking Kevin. Kevin, stop being a cunt. Barbara, how are you? You're a good looking sheep, mate. Here, Alex, you didn't get one the other day, so you can have that one. Kevin, stop doing that, mate. Fucking no need for it, mate. Gaz is just chilling out. He doesn't fucking pick on people for no reason. Fucking Kevin, stop being a cunt, mate. What were you, mate? The fucking run to the litter, and then you fucking got on the roids, and then you started bunting people around thinking it was tough. There's no need for it, mate. Hey, Gary, fuck off, Kevin. There you go, mate. See, Kevin, he's fucking polite. Kevin, stop being a cunt, mate. Hey, be nice to fucking Barbara, mate. Fuck, you do it Alex as well. You're a dead set cunt, aren't you? Got one left, and it's not going to you, Kevin. Do you know why? Because you're a cunt. You're a cunt, Kevin. Fucking get away from me, hat, you cunt. Fuck off, cunt.
We need to talk about Kevin.
This is what we're down to. Thanks. you. Thank you so much.
Don't be a cunt, Kevin.
lovely.
That's a young Ezra Miller.
You need to be nicer to Barbara.
As opposed to old Ezra Miller.
Who's
yeah.
still a cunt. Yeah.
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 I'm
Oh.
afraid
I think-
I'm afraid there'll never be an old Ezra Miller.
I hope
no,
not.
no.
In Minecraft.
It doesn't seem like a sustainable.
No, that
trajectory.
is not a plan that's going to work out well.
It's not a tenable situation.
No, no. I've reviewed your plan. I found some flaws.
Not a great plan. Do you think he has a plan? I don't think he has a plan.
I think he thinks he has a plan. I'm
It's
not
on
sure
a
he knows what the
cocktail
definition
napkin.
of the word plan is.
Yeah, it says 1 inch.
Yeah.
1 foot.
Yeah.
Fuck the napkin.
He's literally like the Far Side dogs where they ask what time it is. Now. That's really all he operates in is current. There is no past, there is no future.
Blah blah blah.
Literally no
patches,
future.
Blah
for
blah
some-
blah. Patches. Patches. Blah blah blah.
Hardly alone,
Yeah.
though. Hardly.
Well, I gotta bust out a bunch of stuff that I was saving because it wasn't Christmassy. But
So I have to ask. So Adam, did you watch Zax's stream in full with the Lofty versus Plutz?
I watched as much of it as I could, but I was like kind of making dinner and doing other stuff. But I sat through too much of it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. There's really more than 5 minutes is probably too much.
I watched most of it.
Yeah, there comes a point where you start to suspect not only is this a virtual avatar, but is this actually a Chat GPT
right
that's running? Because there's no consistency in the logic.
It is
a thing will be said, the word will be cargo culted to hell and back, and then 5 minutes later, everything will switch. And it's why I kept saying, just if Lofty keeps talking, you don't have to debate. He will defeat himself
easily. It is a perpetual self-contradiction
Mhm.
coming out of Lofty's mouth. And I do wonder if he's like, some sort of Neil Breen level troll, or if he's just that confused.
Well, he did say he was a theater kid. That that informed me to some degree as to the insufferable quality of I wasn't actually successful except for I was in some stuff. And I think that I'm God's gift, and nobody ever told me, no, actually, you're shit.
Yeah, he does reek of participation ribbons.
Yeah.
He kind of does. I don't know his situation or whatever, but he can't make a point. Like he can't sustain a thought very well. And I don't know the guy. I don't dislike him because I don't know him personally, but man, it is agony. I mean, he makes Andrew look like fucking Churchill.
I thought, yeah, exactly. The hilarious thing again, Andrew got it right. He'll just lay back and let Lofty go ahead. It's why I think after the what the hell was, I think it might have been my stream or when I was on BSUP where Andrew just said, and I was like, dude, why you handed the crown of cringe to this interloper without even putting up a fight? I mean, we know the rules. To beat the man, you got to beat the man. And Andrew was just like, no, I'll just sit back. And I was like, there's a certain subtle genius to what Andrew is doing. He knows he can't compete on the cringe with Lofty.
I think he's catching up to the idea. I think we've kind of worn on him enough that he realizes that he can be the Urkel in the room, and that's cool.
Right, right. But the thing that when Lofty was going, and you just see Andrew lean back, and occasionally he'll throw a bomb to get the cringe rolling again, and that's it. And I'm like, see, my man is starting to pick up game now. He's starting to get serious about this.
I also enjoy the dynamic that and sorry folks if you're not in on this topic, but we'll be quick. But I also enjoy the dynamic between Platoon and Lofty because Lofty and Andrew, I think, both work for Platoon as editors, and otherwise they wouldn't have a fucking chair inside.
Right at the table. Yeah.
So to hear Platoon down dressing his own staff.
The hilarious thing is Platoon is when he bails, where he's like, no, I would be willing to make, to have an argument for hours on end, but I'm going to bed. And the unstated rule is this is no argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it never is a real argument. It never really is. It's just let Lofty spew for 5 minutes, shoot himself in the foot. And then,
I thought Platoon was going to go ballistic, where it's there's a certain linguistic genocide going on when Lofty is redefining what a prequel is, redefining what an adaptation is, and that's absolutely going to get under Platoon's skin because he is a wordsmith, right?
Yeah, he is a master writer and an eloquent speaker. So going up against, the, how do I say it gently, Lofty.
Yes. There is no bus short enough.
Yeah, it's a thing. All right, we're gonna get out of the inside track for anybody else.
The lofty bog that we have descended.
The bog, of heels. I think Andrew's coming along. I do.
I think he's making progress.
All right.
I wish his mustache could make some progress.
So I loved how people were like, "Oh, the mustache has made a reappearance," and I was like, "How unfortunate." It is that unfortunate. I mean, every guy has gone through that moment where you hit puberty, you can sprout some facial hair, and you think that is sufficient. And then somebody goes, "Bro, really? What are you doing?" Right? It looks like a caterpillar died on your lip, or you drank some chocolate milk and you forgot to rinse.
He looks like he's trying to buy beer. And then when he shaved it off,
exactly. Yeah. He looks better. 12, but no, he looks like Beavis and Butthead when they decided to cut their hair and glue it onto their faces, and then look and go, "Damn, we're smooth."
I think it builds character, and I think you should tough it out when you're young because,
well, we're trying to build his character.
Sometimes it could take a while, So
my son has more facial hair than him.
I say just let it go, just let him do it,
whenever I see Andrew's mustache, I think of the line from Beverly Hills Cop where she says "peach fuzz," and he says, "No, that's man style."
Yeah. He reminds me of a kid when my son was like hitting teenage years, and they had a friend who had a unibrow, and he had that ludicrous "I've just hit puberty" fuzz around the lip or whatever, and I began to refer to that kid as equal sign.
Well, you got to take that unibrow and move it on down.
Right, exactly. I was like, sadly, your eyebrows are a bit more manly than what you think is on your lip there. but it's just this pitiful thing. And he's like, no, it looks good. And I'm like, see, this is why we don't get participation trophies.
Yeah.
Your mom or your dad needs to go, no, that's not working out.
He can do cartwheels. He's like, I'm a boy, I'm a man, I'm a boy, I'm a man.
Yeah. Right now you're in that sad in between.
Okay. It's my unibrows and mustache all of a sudden.
Exactly. Yeah. If he stood on his head, it'd be much more convincing. He'd look like a 70s porn star.
Speaking of man child,
I'm laughing at the visual in my head of cartwheels. I'm a boy. I'm a man. I'm a boy.
I'd like to see Anthony do cartwheels in the sweater. I'd like to see that. So I'm saving this for.
It's like got corduroy on his arms, but torn jeans on his.
That's the sound of his cartwheel. I was saving this short for a more appropriate theme, but obviously tonight's just off the rails. So this guy actually has become a sort of an internet personality, and I had never seen this original.
This makes me afraid. This makes me afraid.
I didn't know anything about this dude, and it just popped up. So here's to making your shortcomings a superpower.
Santa?
Live, and Julie, what happened out there?
Oh, I
Well,
see.
David,
Glenda,
they just finished boarding up the window pane and part
This
of the
guy's
wall
great.
here. This is
He's
a
got a
very
movie
busy
coming
Arby's. It
out.
sits right here in Woodward, in Royal Oak, near 13 Mile Road. So as you can imagine, there were quite a few people inside at the time.
The big window went pop, and there was just glass everywhere. That was the loudest bang I had ever heard. It sounded like an explosion.
I thought perhaps the end of days was upon us, but it turned out it was just a disoriented old lady in a champagne-colored Toyota Avalon, crashing into my world like DMB circa 1996. Who's got their claws in you, my friend? Into your heart I'll beat again.
Just before 2 p.m., an elderly woman drove into the side of the
Definitely not reading from a script, as he kept looking down to figure out what his next line was.
He's trying to just pick out one of the voices in his head. Is
Yeah.
This is episode 1. This guy has done.
He has blossomed into an internet personality. I wanted to put like all the credits and the links and stuff in the
He's so good,
description because I want to give this guy full credit. He's actually turned into somebody.
restaurant while trying to park her car.
I turned around, a little old lady had stepped on the gas instead of the brake and ran into the restaurant.
She hit 3 people who were sitting down and eating inside. They were thrown 8 to 10 feet.
I saw their bodies tossed skyward, like ragdolls thrown into the air by the late, great Andre the Giant. I don't know. They appeared to be weightless, hitting 0G like the fearless crew of a forgotten Apollo mission, whose only objective was to obtain a beef and cheddar classic and return home to Kathleen Quinlan safe before sundown. I don't know. Part of me wishes I'd been hit by that car instead, so I could have gotten out of work early and gone far, far away from shift manager Masha's judging emerald eyes. No, I didn't wash my shirt in between shifts, Masha. So what if I smell like roast beef? This whole place smells like roast beef.
The fire
This guy needs a Nashville contract. That is a country song in the making. He needs a Nashville contract.
This guy's getting work now.
Yeah, fear not. He's monetized this in the extreme.
Yeah, and he's
He's
got
not
people
hurt.
around him helping him out. Definitely.
department transported all 3 to the hospital and tell us that the man and 2 women who are in their 30s and 40s appear to have non-life-threatening injuries. As for the woman driving the car,
A look of elderly bloodlust spread across her wrinkled face, and it made me dare to think perhaps this was no accident. Perchance she was compelled to steer her beige battering ram into the house that Beef built, driven not by force of this earth, but of an earth below. An earth that mirrors ours in almost every way, except the reflections are so much darker that many miles down. Some know the reflected realm to be the netherworld. Others know it as the abyss. I know it as the shadow zone. A world where the blackness of our sin stares back at us and merely laughs. Ha 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 ha. A world where God's law governs no man. A world where there is no literal or figurative Mr. Belvedere given any authority to teach us right from wrong. A world where we are loosed and given leathery wings charred like brisket to soar high above the judgment of the well-pressed, dry-clean, shift-managing elite. A world where I am elevated to my true pagan animal form and I take flight. known only as the winged demon, Dead Dreadmore. And I fly high above the puritanical regime, anointed by the oil of our beast lord, singing, I'm the king of the castle, and you're the dirty rascal. Crash into me, crash into me.
Okay, all right, I figured it out. I've been watching this, and it's been gnawing in my brain, and I finally figured it out. If Stupenzo gave up weed and took it to the wall, he's this guy. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh my God.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I love this guy.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Arby's is pretty cool.
You can't unsee it, can you?
It is pretty cool, man.
Stupenzo on speed.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God.
It's Stupenzo's before picture.
Department tells me that they didn't treat the woman driving the car here on scene or take her to the hospital, that somebody else drove her home. The Royal Oak Police Department tells me they're still investigating, so they can't comment on whether or not they're issuing her a ticket. And of course, as you can see,
Wait. She just said, I didn't hear her say Oak. It was like the Royal Police Department. Just because you're in Royal Oaks, bitch, don't mean you get to instigate a monarchy and that these are the Praetorian Guards.
Now, that's what happens when you're a newsreader and you've got a flask in your pocket.
The Royal Police came and they drew and quartered him. It was fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I've lived right next to Royal Oak. I lived in this area of Michigan, and this is probably the greatest thing that has happened to Royal Oak.
Drive that car?
this Arby's right here on Woodward closed for the rest of the night. We're live in Royal Oak. Julie Bonovich, 7 Action.
And I'll let this play, but I need to put the credit in the description. First of all, the first thing I take away from this, aside from his greatness on camera,
yes,
is the fact that the local news gave this guy so much time. Like,
that's amazing.
Well, so did they?
No,
because
no,
there's a cut in his last diatribe. I think he's inserting himself.
No, he made this. Yeah. He does a lot of these.
Yeah, this is a he.
Made this.
Is this a
because
hoax?
you look. He's looking down to read from a script when he's talking, and it's absolutely it's here's the news coverage of a thing. He then inserts himself to do the
it's
thing.
more brilliant than I thought.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely set up. Yeah.
That is so
fucking
good.
love him so much more for knowing this.
If you go back, you go back in that last diatribe that he's giving, there's a cut. It's a hard cut, and then switches back to him talking again. That it was like, this is edited, and from the get-go, that's why I said the first time he's talking, I was like, he's looking down and reading something because his eyes keep going down to read what the dialogue
I got
is.
trolled. I thought this was actually a newscast.
No.
Oh, you know what? Now thinking back on it, the camera quality changes.
Right.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
It's so good.
And I'm not sure his uniform matches with the other Arby's employee.
Oh, yeah. Let's watch it again. What was that, Barbara?
You know what, though? His attitude matches the other Arby's employee.
That guy, he is actually the manager who the other one is railing about. I'm pretty sure
the judging eyes of shift manager.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. Wow. This is fantastic. Knowing
how do
that,
you think it feels to be one of those guys that's like,
I've been that guy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you see so many of these news clips where they interview people and they're just off the wall, right? It's plausible. Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Yeah.
It's plausible.
Yeah.
All right, let's watch that again, bearing in mind that this is a fake.
Julie Bonovich joins us live. And Julie, what happened out there?
Well, Dave and Glenda, they just finished boarding up the window pane and part of the wall here. This is a very busy Arby's. It sits right here in Woodward in Royal Oak near 13 Mile Road. So as you can imagine, there were quite a few people inside at the time.
A big window went pop, and there was just glass everywhere. That was the loudest bang I had ever heard. It sounded like an explosion.
Hey, YouTube, I promise you I'm transforming this content.
I thought perhaps the end of days was upon us, but it turned out it
Here
was
I
just a
am
disoriented old
transforming away. I'm transforming right now.
Okay, so
My pants are transforming into a rug.
Right. So if you watch him, he will constantly look down.
I thought it was just a tism.
No, he's reading it.
Okay, so also the video quality does change.
Right, because the prior one is really blurry and shit. This one is much sharper.
The lower third is blurry, and then
He's not really there.
No, it's just the overlay. So
maybe he's shot in person, but not, obviously not at the same time.
Wow. I'm impressed. Not only did it get me, but I think this is fantastic.
lady in a champagne-colored Toyota Avalon, crashing into my world like DMB circa 1996. Who's got their claws in you, my friend? Into your heart, I'll beat again.
I'm looking at the
nice.
I'm looking at the overlay, and it's really well done. The way they clipped it out and put it over.
Yeah, and they just use a smooth across the top because you can see to the left of his arm. See how the color's wrong for being overlaid over that red car?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, common people know what's up, dude. That guy has so many videos. The fucker and the pussy guy. That guy, and he
not showing that.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But he shows up. It's like he gets. I don't know what city he lives in, but he gets those guys so many times. Those videos are outrageous.
Oh. Just before 2 p.m., an elderly woman drove into the side of the restaurant while trying to park her car.
I turned around, a little old lady had...
Okay, so you can see there's more of a fade.
Right, but it fades into the color of the background, whereas on his to the side of his shoulder, it was the wrong color.
Well, I'm saying if you look at the top and bottom gradation.
Yeah, you can see the overscan.
It gets truncated when he's on camera.
Stepped on the gas instead of the brake and ran into the restaurant.
She hit 3 people who were sitting down and eating inside.
Brilliant.
They were thrown 8 to 10 feet.
I saw their bodies tossed skyward like ragdolls thrown into the air by the late great Andre the Giant. I don't know. They appeared to be weightless, hitting zero-G like the fearless crew of a forgotten Apollo mission, whose only objective was to obtain a beef and cheddar classic and return home to Kathleen Quinlan safe before sundown.
Oh, the car changed too, which is weird.
Yeah. I don't know.
There was a red car.
Part of me wishes I'd been hit by that car instead. So I could have gotten out of work early and gone far, far away from shift manager Masha's judging emerald eyes. No, I didn't wash my shirt in between shifts, Masha. So what if I smell like roast beef? This whole place smells like roast beef.
The fire department transported all 3 to the hospital and tell us that the man and 2 women who are in their 30s and 40s appear to have non-life-threatening injuries. As for the woman driving the car,
a look of elderly bloodlust spread across her wrinkled face, and it made me dare to think perhaps this was no accident. Perchance she was compelled to steer her beige battering ram into the house that Beef built, driven not by force of this earth, but of an earth below, an earth that mirrors ours in almost every way, except the reflections are so much darker that many miles down. Some know the reflected realm to be the netherworld. Others know it as the abyss. I know it as the shadow zone. A world where the blackness of our sin stares back at us and merely laughs. Ha 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 ha. A world where God's law governs no man. A world where there is no literal or figurative Mr. Belvedere given any authority to teach us right from wrong. A world where we are loosed and given leathery wings charred like brisket to soar high above the judgment of the well-pressed, dry-clean, shift-managing elite. A world where I am elevated to my true pagan animal form and
I'm just pausing for any possible.
Yeah, so oldest gamer is pointing out. I remember when this actually happened, and he's right. It's around 2011, 2012 when that woman drove into the Arby's.
What was the
background
story?
changed again too?
With the...
She fucked up and meant to hit the brake and hit the accelerator.
Yeah, it happens a lot. It happened down in Santa Monica when I was living there too.
It happened a couple of years ago at the CVS here.
Yeah, a dude killed like an elderly man accidentally. Killed 4
Oh
people.
yeah, when he drove through the crowd.
Yeah, right through a crowd.
Yeah.
I take flight, known only as the winged demon, Dead Dreadmore.
I don't think he's in front of a green screen right now because his
No, he's standing. He's standing.
he's
next
in the
to
Arby's parking lot.
Yeah.
Right. The
Because
thing
you
is
can
that
see-
the shot keeps changing.
The shot
and the background keeps changing.
But you can see like his individual stray hairs, which doesn't come up on a cheap green screen.
Oh yeah,
No,
Right.
he's
And I fly high above the puritanical regime, anointed by the oil
Good
of our
eye,
beast
guys.
lord, singing, I'm the king of the castle, and you're the dirty rascal. Crash into me, crash into me.
Yeah, he is looking at notes a little bit.
Oh no.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Mad props to him and the people that put this together. This is
Yeah.
fantastic.
Arby's is pretty cool.
The fire department tells me that they didn't treat the woman driving the car here on scene or take her to the hospital, that somebody else drove her home. The Royal Police Department tells me they're still investigating, so they can't comment on whether or not they're issuing her a ticket. And of course, as you can see, this Arby's
She may or may not be getting a ticket for driving into an
right
Arby's.
here in Woodward closed for the rest of the night. We're live in Royal Oak. Julie Bonovich, 7 Action.
Oh, did they have to close the Arby's that night?
Yeah, she drove through the plate glass window. It wasn't like, we're gonna.
Okay, I understand that, but this is really an emergency.
Yeah, could we have the drive-through open at least?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Close the dining room, man. I need my beef and cheddar.
Yeah.
If you sweep up the drive,
I need
mustard
curly
sauce.
fries
Still have
and
people
cheese,
drive
bitch. I need my liquid cheddar and curly fries.
I mean, just because someone has had a traffic accident doesn't mean that you have compounded medical emergencies, one on top of the other, and you're going to get a lot of.
I am having a curly fry moment right
Really?
now.
Yeah, you're gonna
we
have
do
it,
not.
yeah.
Yeah, and guess what? They don't serve that shit in the emergency room.
You got to bring your own.
Yeah.
Like,
There's
yeah,
no Jack in the Box in Michigan.
yeah. I have to have 5 roast beef sandwiches right now.
Yeah.
or
I
I'm
need
gonna
the
be
Arby's
sipping-
sauce and
or
the
I'm gonna
horsey
be-
sauce. You don't
yeah.
understand.
It's a hilarious thing. A guy that I worked with back in California, he was talking about when he first got out of the Navy. He was a Navy pilot, but he got out and he talked about going to back to school and stuff like that, and that him and his buddy would go and like collect the Arby's sauce from Arby's and then just go put it on fucking plain bread back home because they couldn't afford to eat at Arby's. Yeah.
I was in college once. Yeah, I did that shit. We had a Dairy Queen next to our dorm that me and my buddy would scrape together 79 cents for a tiny little order of fries and then go over to the Fixins bar and cover our tray.
Yeah,
relish
just
and
absolutely, yeah.
onions and absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm very impressed. I watched it once, like real quick, and then I ran it through copyright, and I'm very impressed that that's fake. So good on him.
Yeah.
Glad.
I don't know.
he's-
It to me, it was the first time I watched it. It was, yeah, I could see this happening.
Well, I mean,
because there are so
especially
many.
in Michigan, especially.
Well,
Especially in
so the
Michigan.
interesting thing is that's a channel. WXYZ is out of Detroit.
Yeah,
and as we all know, if the news is going to find a crazy person to put on air, they're going to find a black man who has lost his shit in some way. That is always
Probably.
what they're going to focus on.
Probably.
Or a black woman.
Yeah, that
But
is
yeah.
just that's the default, right?
Yeah.
Well, not
Yeah,
always, because I've seen some pretty redneck white guys.
Oh,
show
In
up,
Detroit,
like after
in
Twisters
Detroit,
and
this is a
stuff like that.
Detroit station.
But
No,
you got
it's-
okay. As speaking as someone who did
like-
time there, I lived there for like 3 years on the first ring of post-war housing outside of Detroit, and there are a lot of like tiny little incorporated villages. It's all one continuous strip mall.
Mhm.
Okay, it's an Arby's and it's a this and it's a that for just miles and miles and miles. But they're all like individual little towns and villages, and it's still very exclusionary, very much to this day. Like there are certain towns where there are no black people. There just aren't.
Yeah, it's not quite Chicago in its absolute segregation,
Right.
but yeah,
It's much more of a suburban rural sort of
right,
vibe.
right.
But it's all post-industrial, and like there are towns where it's mixed and there are towns where it's not, you know. So it's not it's, to me, watching as a former resident of suburban Detroit, it's not unplausible at all that this fucking methed out Arby's kid is on the news, because there's
No,
nothing to
yeah.
talk about.
Yeah.
Yes, they biased against, like crackheads and whatever. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Yeah, that
Yeah.
definitely happens on Detroit news. But
Yeah.
this looked
Yeah, it's the old joke about there's an office shooting or there's something like that. They always go find like the black guy who is going to beclown himself in a variety of ways.
Yeah,
Because
can you
the media
stand up
is
for
what they
5
do.
minutes? Come
Yeah.
on, we'll help you. Yeah, all right, roll it.
Yeah.
Totally.
I told those motherfuckers he crazy.
Well, it becomes. I mean, it becomes self-perpetuating, though. Like you can't
Yeah,
be like,
absolutely.
Right,
If
and
you-
especially given the era that you get those stand-ups or whatever, it's like the I need to be newsworthy. I need to catch attention. Who am I going to find? Right, Bill, the middle manager with his tie or whatever.
Yeah.
He's going to be boring as fuck. We all went to sleep in his meetings anyway. We're going to find Leroy, the janitor, who has lost his shit about this and
Yeah.
put it on somehow. And every black man goes, "Oh Jesus, not him, not him." Oh,
and
They
then
all
that's-
if you've
and-
ever been in Oklahoma, where when a tornado has touched down, they will find
they'll
the
find how
most
many teeth are you
redneck-
missing? How many teeth are you missing? Oh, you
Yeah.
got the full set. You in?
Yeah,
And it-
if you've ever been in Oklahoma where the tornado has touched down, they will find the most
Yeah, the most trailer
hasty
redneck.
trailer
Yeah,
park.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like, hey y'all,
Yeah.
I learned about it in
Yeah.
school.
Hollywood
I
gave up
knew
on
that it was gonna touch
stereotypes,
down
but
right there.
broadcast news absolutely seeks them out.
And
Yeah.
there was a big glowing light, and it came
Yeah.
down in our backyard. Yeah.
And I knew it.
and I
knew
said,
it was the aliens.
Bob Joe,
They
they,
tried to
better
tell you
not
that
try and take the TV from us.
Yeah, not the TV. Gamer, I was born in Ohio. I went to high school in New York. I went to college in Georgia. Then I went back to Ohio and ran a business there for a decade. So I know the area very well. My ex-wife is from Michigan, so I spent a lot of time there, about 3 years straight. So yeah, I do know the people.
Yeah, I thought when I stopped in Mobile, Alabama, in 1990, I thought that was what segregation was. Then I went to Chicago in the mid 90s. Jesus wept.
Yeah, I went there. In
It
the
is
early
literally
90s.
cross the street, and it is an entire
It's block to
nobody's
block.
allowed. Yeah, and not only color. Oh, Ukrainian. You get these 3 blocks.
Mhm.
Don't let the Poles, who are the next neighborhood over, you don't cross the street.
And New York was like that back in the day. It got homogenized through like the 90s or whatever. Back
Right,
in the 80s, it was very much like
Yeah,
that.
70s and 80s. Yeah,
Yeah, the Warriors is not that far off of reality.
yeah,
Not that far off. But Chicago is much more
yeah.
strict.
Chicago, I've never seen as absolutely. It was like there's a law that you cannot cross this street. Right on one side of the street is here are this ethnic group, and here's the next side, and the two shall not mix.
Yeah, trying to find an apartment in New York in the late 90s. Oh my God. It's just unspoken, but you can feel it. Like, when you're on the wrong block.
Yeah.
When you're in the wrong neighborhood. It's just, it's not even people glaring at you. It's just the air. You
Yeah.
can tell. And on that happy note, I love a
I don't know.
Subway.
I grew up both ends of California. I've never experienced any of that. Like literally never.
It's
I grew up-
very East Coast.
Yeah.
I grew up about an hour outside of Lake Tahoe. And then when I was 18, I moved to Southern California to go to college. And that's just it. That's it. It was just Orange County or Lake Tahoe. Take
Yeah,
your pick.
so there was an amusing thing for me because I was in the Bay Area and I would get we're gonna go for Mexican food. I don't like Mexican food. Oh, you haven't tried. Look, motherfucker, unlike you white people, I actually left a place that was majority Mexican in Southwest Kansas. So I don't want to hear your bullshit. We knew the Asian, we knew the whatever in California. It is the whitest state I've been in who claims that they're not white, unless you get to Southern California where it gets a little more brown.
Well, Southern California is Mexico. We just call it California.
Right.
It was always Mexico.
Yeah. Well, all of California was, but
true. But yeah, the North is a
Like-
different thing.
It's way different. It's hella different.
Which is crazy because Barbara and I live in the only town within 100 miles of San Diego that has shit Mexican food.
It's true. It's
the worst
true.
food.
There's like
the interesting thing is
one restaurant
it's
that's like
the
halfway
Mexican.
decent, but that's it.
I've always loved it's Mexican food. Which Mexico, right? It's like saying I eat American food. What? Right. You know, if you get along the coast, then you get a lot of seafood in you know, Mexican food, and then if you get more towards the central part,
saying Italian food or
right, exactly, right.
Chinese food.
Much of it is whatever ethnic / American. That's what you're getting, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Obviously, things are not that generalized, but in this town,
not a lot of tortillas being served up on the Pacific coast of Mexico.
Not a lot of good ones being served in the town where we live. It is baffling to me. The food in this town is absolutely shit across the board.
Oh no, there's a reason for it, dear.
It's like going to Chinatown and it's all Le Choy.
Right. It would
Yes.
be like that. Yes, exactly.
But there is a reason for it. I don't know if you want me to go into it or
Well, see, I enjoyed. So
we're out of movies to show, so you might as well.
In Southwest Kansas, we had the reason we had a lot of ethnic groups is because of the slaughterhouses, and so people who immigrated and needed jobs would get recruited to go work at IBP or Bonfort or whatever, right? So we had a huge Vietnamese population because of the exodus from Vietnam after the war, right? You had a huge Mexican population who had come up and worked in that's mostly the Midwest. You go to any town that has a slaughterhouse and you have a pretty good sized recent Mexican immigrant population because they can get paid well, but it's hard fucking work. And they're willing to make that trade. Yeah, I'm good with it. There was a big Somali population that was being established in Southwest Kansas when I left. And I loved the fact that I could go to the Vietnamese store, get real pho, and buy those things in the Asian market, right? And go to the Mexican stores and get, or if you went to Walmart, there were tons of Mexican families selling tamales and everything else, right? The Somalis had started to establish, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to the Somali restaurant because if nothing else, it will be fucking spicy, and I'm in. Right. And have that set. And then I go to California and I was like, this milquetoast bullshit, watered down version of these cultures that I'm experiencing. This is crap.
I have to admit, hearing someone's take saying that Kansas's Mexican food kicks the crap out of the Bay areas, I'm enjoying hearing this a lot. I'm not going to defend the Bay Area. I lived there for way too long, but I have been through Kansas. I've never really spent any real time there. One does not picture Kansas as a oasis of Mexican food, but I believe you. Yeah. I totally believe you.
Yeah, again, it depends on the area you're at, right? And if you're a recent immigrant who you're not fluent in English, you don't have a lot of skills that you're bringing to the table, but you need to support a family, you'll work at whatever you do, right? And working in a slaughterhouse is fucking hard work.
That's why white people don't do it.
Right. Yes. Which is why it attracts so many immigrant populations. Sure. And you can kind of trace what was going on in the geopolitical world that we suddenly had an influx of immigrants. They're going to show up in areas of Nebraska, in areas of Iowa, in areas of Kansas, because those are hard jobs and they're willing to do it
Well,
because
that's-
they have families to feed.
There's the same thing goes on in Michigan. There are whole towns that are just Arabic immigrants.
Right.
It is crazy. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not denigrating it at all. I'm just saying, but there are like huge areas of immigrants of all different nationalities, and it's the same thing. It's
Right.
just-
In California long ago priced itself out of immigrants coming over that are trying to, I'm willing to work hard and get pay for hard jobs or whatever. That shit went away because it all became essentially rich white people running the state, and that's icky. Right. I remember talking to this was back in the late 90s. It's much worse now, but the woman who came in to clean our offices in San Francisco lived south of Gilroy.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, you're commuting like an hour and a half
I
at
commute
minimum,
2 hours a day, just
right, to get in, and then another hour and a half back. It's an hour and a half to 2 hours one way.
Yeah, I would
And
do 2
she
hours.
couldn't live anywhere closer.
No, I got
because
priced out 3
it had all
times.
been priced out because we're going to restrict development and all of this stuff and just make the real estate market absurd. But we still need these people to work for minimum wage or not much more than that. We'll just import them from wherever the hell. And it was
San Francisco is a feudalist shithole.
Yes.
I lived there for God, I don't know, 12, 13 years. No, 14 years. And I just slid further and further into debt no matter how hard I worked. It was awful. And I had to live further and further away from where the majority of my work was, downtown. And I developed a fucking murderous sense of road rage. Absolutely just awful, where I was throwing shit at other people.
Yeah, I mean,
on
if
the
you
freeway.
thought taking the 280 up into San Francisco was bad, whether you get into San Francisco, where the actual driving around the city is a fucking train wreck, but you can't park anywhere.
No, if you finally get there, yeah, there's nowhere to fucking park.
Yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of times where I was like, I could park as soon as I get in the city and walk to my destination faster. Shame
Yes.
about the whole parking thing that I can't actually do.
San Francisco, yeah, absolutely the same. Absolutely. All right, let's do one more short.
Bill, you're my favorite nephew. You know that's true.
Nephew Phil. Somebody brought up Uncle Roger earlier. Yes, we watch Uncle Roger for sure.
Oh, that was Waylon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got the link if we needs it.
Uncle Roger is awesome. Oh, I had something in mind. Where did it go? Folder 2 full. Let's see.
Where have I heard
Hang
that
tight
before?
there, Jethro.
Whoa. Oh, I lost it. Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, did you want me to tell them why Fallbrook is the way it is?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you didn't get to tell your story. Yes, please. Now would be a perfect time.
Cantaloupe.
Well, okay, so Fallbrook, it's a weird little town. It has a very, very high Hispanic population and no culture, like at all. There's so little of it. There's no good Mexican restaurants. There's nothing there.
They're very
And
much
I never understood why, because we're 40 minutes from San Diego. We're 40 minutes from the best
Yeah.
and finest Mexican food ever. And there's nothing here. And then I found out the reason why. The reason why is because, do you guys know who Tom Metzger is?
Yes.
That's true.
Yes. Okay. So he was a longtime resident of Fallbrook, and it kept everything.
You're saying this was not the reason you moved to Fallbrook.
No. The
I
reason
mean,
why I
you
ended
can
up in
deny
Fallbrook
it,
is
but
No.
I knew who Tom Metzger was, so I'm just saying.
yeah.
That's
So, I didn't know. I had no idea about any of that before I moved here, like none. And the reason why I moved here was a long and weird reason involving family members who happened to move here, but also long after Tom Metzger had left the area and was probably dead by then. But the culture that he created here of that kind of supremacy and
still exists today.
Still is here.
Yeah.
And it's so uncomfortable.
It's
I
really
mean,
uncomfortable. And they've been marginalized on their own land.
Yeah.
Which is fucking crazy.
It's so weird. Like one of my next door neighbors, when we were talking about Blazing Saddles, the lady who says, "We the God-fearing people." Yes, that's my neighbor.
People of Fallbrook. Yeah, that's our next door neighbor.
That is our next door neighbor for sure.
Man,
And
amazing because clearly there are some Latin Americans building a gigantic house right next to her for like it's 2 lots over from us. They've been building this place for almost a year now, and it is clearly the design has some Latin influence to it, and it's probably going to make her insane having people.
I mean, she's going to be mad because people that are actually more God-fearing than her are moving in.
No.
And with a nicer house.
So it is just where we live right now, it's probably literally the most affordable place that you can find to live in San Diego County.
This is the cheapest place in the county to live.
Yeah,
sure.
period. And so that's kind of why we live here. How I ended up here
why
is
we're
just,
trapped here.
Yeah. How I ended up here is just a completely different story. But that once I found that out, when somebody told me that was the reason why, I was like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. It was like, because it was like, I couldn't quite put my finger on why there isn't a better
demographic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can feel it pretty much everywhere in town. And not to defend Fallbrook, but we also used to be home to Dave Mustaine. And
that's true.
Weird Al Yankovic's parents.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was before Tom Metzger.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Mustaine just left a few years ago.
Yeah, Dave Mustaine sold
probably
his
because he
estate.
also found out that Tom Metzger was involved with the city.
Well, does it get any whiter than Dave Mustaine? I don't know. He probably wanted to live.
It does. Tom Metzger.
He's probably sick of the takeout options here because it's miserable.
Weird Al's parents actually lived like.
Does it get any whiter than Weird Al's parents?
Yes, Tom Metzger.
At least they were bullish.
Yes.
Yeah, Weird Al's parents lived like maybe 2 blocks over from us.
Yeah, like 2 blocks away.
And yeah, Dave Mustaine lived here he had a huge estate here for a really long time, and then he finally sold it.
He sobered up and realized where he was at.
Well, he was still a whiny bitch about being rich. Yeah.
Well, I have no doubt of that. Yeah.
The house that he had on the market was this huge, beautiful estate that was, built like a country English castle, right? And it stayed on the market for a really long time. And
no one wants to live in fucking Fallbrook. This place sucks.
Well, no, I think Dave Mustaine made the mistake
point?
of misunderstanding real estate. You never want to have the most expensive house on the block. You want to have like the least expensive or in the middle. You don't want to be the most expensive guy.
In the middle. Yeah.
It was a very expensive estate that was I think he was trying to sell it. And this was like maybe 2015, maybe. For about $10 million. And it stayed on the market for, I think, about a year or two. And at one point, it went off of the market, and Dave Mustaine made a rock and roll camp that you could go to at one point. It was like
this one time at metal camp.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was so
I
weird.
inserted my my Les Paul in my no, that's a different story.
All right. On the topic of food. Oh God, I love a segue. Jethro,
So do I. I wish one would show up.
the Jethro sent this, and I have a feeling his time is running out. So we're gonna wrap.
I know what you're playing, and I love this clip. I hope
I'm
you
glad,
guys like it too.
cleared because I
Yeah.
have seen some of this material before and have forgotten all about it. But
I'm actually glad that Jethro sobered up enough to be able to communicate within the show again.
Well, that's
Yeah.
one of us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, this is really charming. I really appreciate this video. So I'm going to go refill my glass,
Hey.
and I present to you Candy Candido.
There he is. That's a born entertainer right there.
And found an eating place in town. He looked the menu through and through.
Just Tiny Tim's dad.
To see what 15 cents could do. One meatball. One meatball. He could afford but one meatball.
You know, these guys are both fun to hang out with. Right? Like David Lynch 40 years before David Lynch.
The folks were startled, one and all, to hear
Roger
that
Waters wants his
waiter
mustache back.
loudly call.
One meatball. One meatball.
Wow.
How many people are behind that curtain actually doing the singing?
One meatball.
Well, he's gonna prove to you it's one guy.
The little man, he felt ill at ease and said, "Some bread, sir, if you please." The waiter's voice roared down the hall.
You get no bread with one meatball. One meatball. One meatball. You get no bread with one meatball.
So the range in his voice blows me away.
Yeah.
Absolutely blows me away. The delivery and everything is so good.
Yeah. These things happen from time to time.
He felt mighty sad. 'Cause one meatball was all he had. Now in his dreams he hears that call. You get no bread
With one meatball. One meatball.
Did you see that? That's incredible.
That is amazing.
That's incredible.
Very impressive. Everything, his facial expressions and
Yeah.
the everything is great.
One meatball.
Oh, that's the impressive right there.
You get no bread with one meatball. One meatball.
Giving Jay a run for his baritone.
Oh no, he's beat me. He's beat me on bass. Unless I have a cold.
You get no bread with one.
Jesus Christ.
Dang.
How do
That
you
is
even-
awesome. That is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, while in my younger days I could sing all four parts of a barbershop quartet, that high is beyond what my falsetto could ever pull off.
It hurts my
And-
throat just hearing
Yeah,
it.
and I mean his singing in the high voice, I could have done. Those notes are beyond the pale.
Yeah.
And the lows are lower than I could have done
That is
unless
impressive.
I had some sort of cold or something in my
Jethro, what can you tell us about the background on that clip?
I have
But he's doing vocal fry to get as low as he can, right? The one meatball, right?
Yeah.
That you can do, right? The impressive thing for me is when he goes from the low vocal fry and immediately switches to the high and then drops immediately back down.
Effortlessly.
That's a hard thing to do. It's not as hard as continuously going from bass all the way through to lead and then making the transition smoothly into your falsetto for tenor, right? But it is very hard to quickly clench the throat and change the tongue and where it's placed to do that high and then drop back down without having a bit of a fall down when you do it.
And it doesn't break.
Yeah, it's a combination of both born talent and practice.
No, that's practice. That is absolutely practice.
Yeah. Yeah. Back when people strove.
Yeah,
moving
moving through the transition and being able to quickly alter your both the tension in your throat, the opening of the back of your mouth and your tongue placement to do the deep, and then all clench everything, right? Push the tongue forward, get the high note very high up in the roof of your mouth almost instantly, and then drop back down. That is training.
Well, I'm not that much of a singer. I sang in school, but when you're doing a falsetto, I mean, yeah, obviously your throat is extremely tight going that high, but when you're doing a falsetto like that, it's coming from your upper chest. When you're doing that baritone, it's all diaphragm.
No, I mean, I can. So falsetto, you can do diaphragm if you know what you're doing, right? So what you try not to do is you can't over tighten, because then it gets breathy with the falsetto, right? What you do with a falsetto is you send it up into the top of the roof of your mouth, right? And that's why if you notice when he's doing the high stuff, he flattens his tongue. Right
you see
what he's doing
mouth.
Is he's forcing the back of his tongue up into the roof of his mouth to get the resonance to sound like it's not just right, which a lot of people do when they try to do falsetto. They just clench their throat. He knows enough to where to place it in the mouth to make it work and still have resonance. But that ability, again, the tongue placement, the throat, and everything like that, to be able to switch it on and off real fast, that's training.
It's fantastic technique.
Yeah.
And it's a funny song, and it's a good tale
from
the Depression era.
You can actually find multiple videos of people doing this song, including there's a video, I don't know if it would pass or not. It'd be interesting to look into it, of Frank Sinatra singing this song pretty much entirely by himself, except that Lou Costello is hollering one meatball for comedic effect.
Well, we're not getting any Sinatra through this show, clearly.
Right, probably not.
I can't even get Santa Claus through this show.
Yeah, but
well, I would love to hear more from that artist.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So.
I'd like to see what else he did.
The sense of comedy and timing and delivery from that guy is just bar none. Like from
the moment he's fumbling with the curtains, you're like,
yes,
that's funny.
And that's how people used to perform, which
Well, and again, he will have learned that performing in front of live audiences.
Good. He's a vaudeville.
Vaudeville or the Borscht circuit, right? Where he is. You have honed the craft time and time again.
He's done that 4 shows a night.
Yeah, the exact
He's gonna come out and do one meatball again.
Well, it's all the supporting stuff, right? The physical, the coming through the curtains, right? All of that stuff has been learned over time. What works with an audience, right? Yeah. If you come out pulling at the curtains or whatever, and you get a laugh, you know you're on the right track.
Well, it feels. What I love about that so much is that you get a sense of craft that you don't get anymore. Like you get a sense of a tradesman
Right. These are people who went through a proper apprenticeship.
Yes.
Right. And taking live bullets from the audience.
Tomatoes,
right?
cabbages, all of it.
Yeah. And again, if they're not laughing, you're bombing. And he learns it little by little, and you learn to anticipate what will work with which audience, and then you play that, right? But that is a thing you can have a certain natural timing, a certain natural skill to this thing, but unless you've honed it by actually performing in a live audience with direct feedback, right? Which is why so many of what you see in movies now are people who have never actually performed in front of live audiences.
Yeah, I would guess that he got like a lot of that like vocal range down first, and then slowly learned what the audience related to in regards to body language.
Well, I get the sense
he's
that
like
this
he's
is
like
what-
I have the Marvel down, like the thing that people like will show up in the
I had a natural talent for the range, right?
Yeah.
Like I could do a really high falsetto, and I could do a really froggy vocal fry low.
But how do you keep them in their seats?
Right.
like-
And what's the entertainment value? Because otherwise you're just how neat for you or whatever, right?
What
the
comes through
comedy portion, the easy, the transition back and forth and all that.
Yeah.
That is a skill that is honed over time in front of a live audience.
What stands out to me is the obvious sense of multi-discipline that comes through that we don't have anymore. Like off the top of your head, quick, 1, 2, 3, name any modern celebrity or talent that can do all those things. Like you look at James Cagney back in the day, he could fucking dance, he could sing, he could act. Like
that studio system required him to learn all of that before he ever got on film at all.
Yeah, and most stars had to be able to do all of those things.
Right. They were trained to do it, if nothing else. And then you have Mel Brooks, who did go through the Borscht Belt doing stand-up stuff, right? That's why he learned, why his craft is so good.
His voice might be shit, but he could sing and he could dance.
It's why Robin Williams could do both great comedy and great serious, because if you're going to do comedy, the timing for serious is a lot easier. Right? Being funny is hard.
Yeah,
being able, but once you have that skill of being comedic, it's the reason that Tom Hanks did like a raft of a bit yawn comedy movies in his early years, and his first real serious transition from he does both, he mixes it, is Punchline, and at that point you see him where he's like, oh yeah, he's using the same timing. And to understand when the audience wants a thing, when it doesn't, but it's not comedy, it's serious.
Yeah, I mean, try and pick out somebody with the.
I don't know if he can sing, but have you ever seen Christopher Walken dance?
Yeah,
it's pretty great. He's very graceful. And he's very light on his feet.
And how old is he?
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
So think of somebody our age.
Walk and dance.
Our age that has the multifaceted arsenal of like a Fred Astaire. There's nobody now. Nobody that can do that.
Oh, really? Nobody?
Think of somebody. Prove me wrong.
Isn't late? Isn't
I mean, I saw the Wiz.
Wait,
Michael Jackson ain't it, even though he can sing and dance. The acting part is a bit fucking shit. Yeah. Captain EO.
Is it Lady Gaga showing that she
Shut
can act?
your fucking
oh my god.
You're out.
Well,
Wow.
okay.
In the bin, Jethro. In the
I've
bin.
been canceled.
But he's not wrong as far as widespread spectrum entertainment. He's not wrong.
Michael
I
Jackson.
don't like her. I don't care for her music or her films, to be honest.
She's
But he's not
Well,
wrong.
Being in a film isn't the same as being good in a film.
Right. That's what I'm getting.
Wasn't
at.
she nominated for an Oscar?
Hey.
Oh, we're going to pretend the Oscars
whoa.
matter nowadays?
One at a time.
Were we just talking about Frank Sinatra? Like,
And then
where
Lady
is
Gaga?
where does the fucking high horse exist? You know, if Frank Sinatra could do it, then yes, obviously Lady Gaga could do it.
No, she could. The problem is she hasn't thus far. Other than I have appeared in a movie is not the same as I have actually carried a good performance in a movie.
Well, you know what?
I support Jethro. I really do. She is. I am not a fan of hers at all. I don't care for her, but he's not wrong.
I think
he's not wrong.
But you know that like film fandom and Lady Gaga are about to collide big fucking time, and sides are going to be taken.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Joker sequel will be less a referendum on Lady Gaga and more how much drugs and the wrong kind of drugs are the studios using nowadays.
Could this be the Superman 3 of our time?
It may be the Jaws 4 of our time.
The premise of Superman 3 is perfectly sound. I
Yeah.
think Richard Pryor was on to something with this fractional sense.
No, it's more the Superman 4, the quest for peace.
Yeah.
Jesus wept.
No. Superman 3 is extremely special in that, like
a short bus.
Yeah. We're gonna need a shorter bus.
It is.
How special are we talking?
It is
helmet and graham cracker special is what that one is.
It is as though cocaine became sentient. You know, it was like, I shall live and walk and make a movie all on my own. It shall star.
I snort, therefore I am.
And I'm going to have woman fall into computer and suddenly become circuit lady. What the fuck is this?
Like, they were like, sentient cocaine, who do you want to be in your movie? And he'll be like, well, first, my number one customer, Richard Pryor.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And they're like,
let's not set him on fire this time. Let's pull it back a bit. Yeah.
And then they were like, well, who else do you want in your movie? And he'd be like, I don't know, Superman.
Sure.
Like, all right, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Who else was in that? Didn't Richard Pryor have a?
There's the woman who ends up falling into the computer,
a robot who became
and then
my childhood nightmare.
The circuitry nightmare.
That
Early
haunted
cyborg.
my dreams, dude. That shit is
The
fucked up
hilarious
looking.
thing is
Dude,
the
today
premise
that shit
the
is
premise
fucked up looking.
the premise of Richard Pryor was an actual thing that happened.
No, that
Right?
was a true story, wasn't it?
Right. It was it was I mean
Based on reality.
Yeah. So what had happened is because, again, floating point is the tool of the devil when you're trying to do monetary calculations. And what he was doing is saying that anything more than 1/10 of a cent would go into my account or whatever.
Yeah,
and he
you're
got
rounding it
busted
off.
because somebody actually went to to their bank and they're like, you find the autistic old lady who has the account and going, this is 2 cents off. What the hell is going on here? And the bank ran an investigation and found out, no, this motherfucker's embezzling like millions. He didn't get a chance to actually spend it on anything.
Yeah, I
played it
support
for
that.
laughs in Office Space.
Yes. Yeah. That was a callback in Office Space.
Yeah.
All right.
The Office Space I have an abusing story about. So when I was working at Netscape, the company actually rented out a theater so that we could all go see Office Space. Right. And we went and watched it. So this is hilarious because I don't think they'd actually pre-screen this movie. But when the guy is yelling PC load letter, what the fuck does that mean? Half of the fucking audience yelled out exactly what it meant. It meant primary cassette needs to be loaded with letter size paper. And I'm looking around going, I see the IT support guys have chimed up.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Whoa.
Yeah. PC load letter means primary cartridge needs to be loaded with letter size paper.
So Office Space is written by Mike Judge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, but he knew that joke. That's
ATX.
Well, he had a because again, this thing is aimed at a specific audience, right?
Yeah,
and
sure.
it was very much the Bay Area was like, yes, we're all in the same way that when South Park, Bigger, Longer, Uncut came out, when they shot Bill Gates, the entire fucking theater cheered.
Amazing. I didn't realize it was that focused because I just appreciate it. I never was an office worker. Yes, I worked in the Bay Area, but I was a schlub for the fucking tech sector. I lit their shrimp cocktails for their Christmas parties. Basically, that's what I did.
Yeah, I was the guy that wrote the code that made them billions.
That's amazing. Well, then you well know how bad they are at holding their liquor at fucking parties.
Oh yes. I said
We would just stand back and laugh at the
Yes.
shit show. Oh my god. There'd be panties up in the rafters from girls that had had 2 champagnes. Like it was just
Yeah, there was a lot of white girl drunk going on. Yeah.
yes.
White
My-
girl wasted was a thing.
And I'm not denigrating that at all.
I mean, it
think
makes
we've
things
all
a lot
benefited
easier.
from
Yeah.
that.
I have been white girl wasted.
Yeah.
I might be white girl wasted right now. You don't know.
Oh shit.
You don't know.
I haven't seen any panties in the stream, so no, you ain't there yet.
Well, you're not coming to the after hours party.
Oh.
I
Sounds
knew
like
it.
the living room's going to have a little life in it after all.
All right. Well, like I said at the outset, I thought we were going to watch a movie, but I can't go too long tonight. We're just going to do our 4 hours and punch out. It has been fun so far. I'm going to throw up one more video on the note of party time and snow. Here we go. Da-da-da. Come on.
What kind of snow?
Oh my God, StreamYard.
The kind that
StreamYard.
gives you Superman 3.
Stop it, StreamYard. Oh my God.
It's just the 80s.
And StreamYards.
I can't time anything. God, it's terrible. Like I do an intro.
Barbara has mentioned that to us. Oh, was I supposed to keep that quiet? I'm sorry, Barbara.
You did the Jurassic Park security.
That's one big
thing.
pile of shit.
Thanks, honey.
I hate this crap of shit.
My car for? What is he looking for? We're looking for a guy that's been peddling dope to school kids.
I'm going to take you on a sleigh ride with some snowbirds.
Sleigh ride? Snowbirds? In summer?
Gosh, you are tough.
Yes, Frank. Sleigh ride. Snowbird. This is the gutter slang of the cocaine fiends.
Say, I know a fella that can put you in a show right away.
In this film, you will meet Jane Bradford.
What's the matter? Got a headache?
She's a young and innocent cocktail waitress.
A young
Bradford
Deb,
is
as it
about
were.
to lose that innocence.
I got the grandest headache medicine in the world.
Yes, Jane. Headache medicine.
Why, that's marvelous. I feel better already.
This is the startling expose of youngsters sucked into the white.
There are no
power
youngsters in
whirlpool.
this fucking scene.
Yeah, dope. Cocaine. The kid catcher.
Once enslaved, its victims sink ever deeper into a quagmire of moral decay.
Haven't you any pride or decency left?
Man, I didn't even need drugs to sink into a quagmire of moral
I'm a
decay.
hothead. Jane.
No, not Jane. I'm Lil. A gangster's discarded mob.
You will
Oh my God.
action-packed finale of this document on Youth Gone Bad.
Where is the youth in this fucking show? Homeboy's hairline is racing for his butt.
It's no frosting.
But this is the youth run wild.
I'm gonna try and get this movie. We'll see what happens.
Whoa! This is true to life portrayal of the cocaine fiends. Coming soon to this theater.
Well, yes, and will be coming soon for the next 35 years. No, 50. This was made in
Gang
36.
You reefer madness.
If you rub a little on the tip, you can come later.
Yeah, there's 50 or 60 years of cocaine madness going on in Hollywood.
Yeah,
And it gives us some of our best movies.
I just heard about this movie. This is the better reefer madness. So we'll run
Well,
it.
it's cocaine. It has to be better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not to downplay a reefer.
Well, it's going to be more action-packed, though. You know.
I'm with common people.
Yeah. Like nobody like started up a fever.
I stand with common people and his old man.
Comment. Even though I can't tap into your wallet for donations, I'm so glad you're here with us. You're one of the funniest fuckers in chat.
Based. Barbara is a truth denier. Common people is speaking the truth. Damn it!
Look, in my condition, she could have kicked me out years ago. She's clearly okay with the situation.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Well, that's true. We are that gang. We apologize in advance.
Yeah, when I got the notice from YouTube saying reuse content, my mind immediately went to Orson Welles. Like, well, we
they're not getting that deep into the stream. They're tripping up on simple shit.
All I can say is you can't focus on the word it.
Yes.
How do you emphasize?
I'll go down on anyone who can do that.
I'll go down. And who are you exactly? I'm from one person under protest.
I take direction reluctantly.
Under protest. Same, Orson.
Yeah, I don't take direction well.
Yeah.
Not anymore. I've done enough time in the corporate world. Thanks, Gamer. Thank you, Jamma.
Might I direct you to the butt?
Thank you, Common.
Got a whole ass
around. Donner Pass, I don't recognize you, but I'm super glad you came. Is that a sock puppet?
Did he? I mean, the female orgasm is still a myth. We don't know what Donner Pass is.
Maybe in your house.
Exactly. I'm just saying.
I know exactly what Donner Pass is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you do?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't know the person, but
I
do love.
Please go ahead and enter your misgendering. I'm anxiously await this.
Well, the irony about Donner Pass is that where the incident occurred is now a picnic area.
Yes,
I
do love that.
That is excellent.
Yeah,
I would. That's exactly what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
I would put a barbecue joint there. I would have the picnic area. Hell yes.
Yeah, there's grills. There's
no, we only serve pork, as far as you know.
Yep, there's a lovely little sign off of the 80 that says Donner Pass Picnic Grounds.
Yes.
Oh, and I love it so much.
Yeah.
My sister used to work at Donner Ski Ranch.
This is an example of government where somebody went, "This is an excellent idea," and nobody went, "Wait, what? No, don't do that. No, that's a bad idea."
No, it was all just paperwork. And
it's fine. It's fine. This is a picnic area. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm all for the historical site, but the delicious
again the picnic area is like, no, this is just a rest area. It's just a rest area. Let's just leave it at that.
That's what they thought.
Let us not mention the picnic.
Yeah, I know the area quite well. My sister worked at Donner Ski Ranch for a while back in the 70s. And,
you've broken your leg. Shame about that. I guess meat's on the menu, boys.
Yeah, it looks delicious.
Put a Buc-ee's in Donner Pass.
I can't wait to go to a Buc-ee's.
Nothing like Long Pig.
I cannot wait. Barbara and I are weirdly excited about going to a Buc-ee's.
It's true. It's
Have
one of
you
the
never
things
been to a Buc-ee's?
I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I have two sisters now that live in Texas, so I want a road trip there just so I can stop at a Buc-ee's.
Yes.
Oh my God! Please crash in our house. Please.
Well, if the dog will have us.
We're here. Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen.
You're allowed.
I've seen a couple of YouTube videos about Buc-ee's, and I am just excited to go into a public restroom with full-length doors. I think that's like the most civilized thing ever. That's
my
amazing.
God! Like it is true. Like when you're driving through Texas and Louisiana and parts of Oklahoma, the best place to pee is a fucking Buc-ee's because you cannot possibly wait in line. It is impossible.
It's like
to wait
peeing
in
at
line.
the Astor. It's like being at the Park Meridian
Yeah.
for taking a shit.
And if you're like a germaphobe, all you have to do is go to like one of the farthest spots from the entrance. Like
Yeah, nobody ever makes it there. They're like
way back there.
Yeah, they ran out of restraint before they ever got near the end.
Yeah. So,
Yamalama, Bucky's is like the biggest, nicest, cleanest.
Craziest, out of control Walmart of a truck stop.
Yeah.
It's their whole thing is like,
That's
that
their
it's
brand.
huge.
Yeah.
And also trucks are not allowed there. Like,
right.
That's trucks aren't allowed there.
It's like
a truck stop with no trucks.
Stuckey's mixed with Walmart. For those of us old enough to remember Stuckey's.
Yeah. It's the road trip paradise.
Yeah.
The thing that I enjoyed heading down
roasted
south,
meat and fresh baked goods and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And then they bizarrely have the best price gas as well. I mean, the whole thing
Somehow.
is just fucking.
It's probably all the shit. It's all the shit they sell inside the store.
Yeah.
The thing that gave me pause the first time. So I was heading to Austin, and I I'm driving through Oklahoma, and I stopped to get gas, and the place that I stopped is called Come and Go.
Oh yeah, the Come and Go with a
the
K.
KUM.
Yeah, with a K, but
which
is there going to be a lot of lizards here? No.
Why would you say that?
Exactly, but you can get 93 octane actual gas, not ethanol.
Right.
Gas, and I was like, please come to my place so that I can go and get your gasoline. But to just driving constantly and seeing Come and Go everywhere, my inner teenager was constantly giggling the entire fucking trip. Yeah.
Oh, the first time you hear about or visit a Come and Go, I mean, you never stop tittering.
Yeah.
Well, you have to buy a light. You have to buy a lighter.
You buy a Come and Go lighter, and that's the thing is, I know that they knew what they were doing when.
Oh yeah.
Because it just becomes viral. It's just it's hilarious.
Yeah, we had in the 80s Stop and Shop. How very bland. Come and Go.
Yeah.
That's playing to the crowd.
We had
Stop and Go.
Yeah.
The CEO of that company would like have board meetings. He'd be like, "Someday our come will be everywhere,
and we will come, and we will go,
and we will go,
coming and going,
coming and going and going and coming,
always too soon,
always too soon."
Yeah, it's just one of those great things when you're on a road trip and you run into a Come and Go that just entertains you for miles afterwards.
Yeah.
I love the fact that the Stuckies of my childhood, where you stopped and you discovered all kinds of crazy shit that was based on whatever state you were in, they've all become porn places.
Yeah. Well, I hate what I really
like Stuckies has pretty much been replaced by Cracker Barrel. I mean, that's really
what I really miss is because and Jeff was in the van for a lot of this, but doing a lot of touring in the 90s, it was kind of the end of the era for independent truck stops.
Yeah.
And that was always my destination of choice when it came to eating. I want
because the pancakes were bigger than the fucking plate.
I once asked for a side
of legitimately greasy spoon.
I once asked for a side of ranch and got like
the bottle.
No, like not even a gravy boat, but like a bigger
like a
than
soup bowl.
Yeah.
Full, absolutely full. Like
we got the bottle from Sam's and just squeezed it all into this container. That's your fucking ranch,
Gamer. I'm talking about way before TNA, way before Iron Skillet.
Waffle House was a dream of a fever dream for certain people. The old school like Bob and Mary's truck stop.
Yes,
you absolutely hit that shit up.
Beehive waitresses. I went to a truck stop and I asked for my standard thing was like a tuna sandwich on like white or wheat toast or whatever with mustard, and I ordered it from this Aunt Esther, fucking 60-year-old jet black Beehive sister, and she looked at me and she said, "You poor dumb creature." You don't put mustard on a tuna sandwich. And I took it, and I said, "Okay, all right,
Yes,
no
ma'am.
mustard.
Yes, ma'am.
Fine. I'm sorry. I apologize."
You're in charge here.
I love traveling in the South. I know when I have returned to civilized lands, when they say, "Would you like tea or unsweetened tea?"
Right. Yeah.
Thank God. Let me kiss you. I have returned home.
I have stopped.
It's always unsweet. It's always unsweet. I couldn't tell you the last time I had sweet tea.
Well, I've stopped in places where they didn't have unsweetened back in the day, where it was
Right. Yeah. It was literally, you want tea. That's it. It's
tea.
sweetened.
Yeah.
No,
That's
we don't truck with Yankees around here. And your unsweetened heathenism. You can tell Jethro was a transplant to Texas.
No, we're Ohio boys.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yankee.
Yeah,
I
it's
miss
true.
it so much. And now it's just like, which horrible franchise fast food do you want?
Yeah, exactly. Which
It's
bland,
horrible.
homogenated bullshit would I like to have this time?
And all the chain truck stops are just like filled with miserable people having a
I mean,
miserable time.
there are certain things I love about the South. So one thing is, unlike every other fucking state which has been assimilated by the Kroger Borg, right?
Yeah.
Piggly Wiggly,
Yeah.
still standing, bitch. What's up?
Yep. And
Well,
pint-
you know, I'm in Texas where HEB rules supreme. Like nobody fucking gives a shit about any other grocery store than HEB. Herbert E. Butts, motherfucker.
Would you mind
Supreme.
Herberting my butts?
Yeah.
Yeah, Piggly Wiggly.
Kiss my butts.
I can't remember the exact specifics, but yeah, IGA too.
IGA was always it's like a franchise. It was always an independent set.
Yeah.
Much like Jack and Jill.
And AMP used to
Yeah.
be an independent.
Yeah.
But yeah, Piggly Wiggly actually innovated a lot of things. I can't remember exactly what it was, but something about the way that the store was laid out, or the self-serve.
Piggly, I'm pretty sure Piggly Wiggly was the first one to franchise the idea of you come in and browse versus walking up and just having them pick things off.
Yeah,
the
like
counter for you.
self-service as
Right,
opposed to
right,
everything being a counter.
Right, to browse and not having somebody pick it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that.
That's why they call it the Piggly Wiggly. You root around.
You root in shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Come up with
exactly.
something to eat.
There's no public restroom. You just drop your your night dirt wherever you want.
I shot a movie in one of the last AMPs in upstate New York. It was a grad film for some NYU student I was starring in. I acted in. Yeah, I still had the apron. I think it's at my parents' house. All right, guys.
I'm with Jamma. I cook 90% of my meals.
Oh, we do too.
Mostly because I go to a restaurant and I was like, no, you fucked up. I already know how to do that better.
You have disappointed me.
Yeah, you failed me for the last time.
Yeah.
Sadly, my Porsche choke isn't quite as good as it used to be.
Yeah.
We go out like once a month, and we do get some takeaway or some drive-through once in a while. But normally, we cook every dinner.
Yeah. Well, I say we cook, but honestly, Adam cooks. I hate cooking. I clean.
Yeah,
I don't cook.
We have an arrangement.
I love cooking.
I do too.
hate cooking.
My wife, we've joked. My wife is, if you give her the instructions, she can execute that fine. But if you're going to innovate, her sense of what works is fucked up and bullshit.
Yeah, I can follow a recipe.
I'm going to make white chili with chicken and what the fuck are you talking
And
about?
broccoli.
Get out of here. Go away. Yeah, there's a broccoli in there
Raisins.
somewhere. What the fuck is this? Well, it sounded good at the time. Did you taste it? No.
Well, I'll go ahead
I'm
and
not going to.
generalize. Women are better bakers because it's mathematical, and men are better cooks because it's
See,
it's
I'm also I put proof to that lie. My wife can't bake worth a shit.
Really?
I can bake.
I bake.
She must have a great ass if you married her.
She does have. She was double D's and a badonkadonk. Yes. And the female orgasm was not a myth to her. So I was in. Yes. There's a reason I got married at 21. I knew I wasn't going to do any better. I go. Yes. We went on our first date September 4th. We were married February 28th or 29th.
I can't bake because I just want to go off the fucking map every time. I was like, well, let's throw some of this in there.
No, you can play with your flavorings. You can't. You have to know the basic formula.
It's
Right?
chemistry and math. Yeah, and
Right. The flavorings come along with it as long as they don't go inside. But yeah, you don't fuck with the salt. You don't fuck with the yeast. You don't fuck with. These are the set rules.
Yeah.
Now you can play within this parameter.
It's chemistry. And I will stand by this. I think in general, women are much better bakers and men are better cooks. I think so. Not true in every case. Obviously, we are huge Julia Child fans here. Huge. But,
I don't want to choose the gender of Julia Child. She was bigger than most men that you're going to encounter.
Oh, she could whip your ass.
Yes, she was going to fuck a motherfucker up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That like maybe she could be in a wrestling match where the winner gets to,
the only person who's could match her for size would be like the Galloping Gourmet, and please, she could still
Julia
take it.
Child-
Oh no, she'd smack
Julia
her hair
Child
lip.
could crush a watermelon between her thighs. I have no doubt about it.
What
Even
if
in
it's
the 90s?
What if like not only did you have to like succeed in wrestling, but then you had to coat your defeated opponent in a like French
mayonnaise,
a French sauce that would keep your opponent warm long enough to travel through a long castle.
Yes.
You know,
Here we'll go find in the bishop ball. It'll be fine.
Just cover it in butter.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, you're always alone in the kitchen.
Just rinse it off. 5 seconds.
Mostly because she's undefeated. She killed every other contestant that came into the kitchen. That's why she was alone.
Yeah. If she is on Pluto TV. She has her own there is a Julia Child channel now from PBS that shows all of her original episodes.
Yeah, all of her original French Chef.
Yeah, the French Chef. Yeah.
The GBH episodes. And if you're not watching it, I would plead to everyone who can hear me, watch the Julia show on HBO. Is that HBO, Barbara?
Yeah.
Max, HBO, whatever.
Yeah. It's HBO.
But
It's
it is
originally aired on.
It is fantastic.
It is such a good show.
It's like Mad Men without the pathos. It is like just really well written, really great character work. They take some liberties. It's not a documentary, but they're in season 2 right now, and Barbara and I have cried over so many of those.
It is such a good show. It is so well written, and it's so beautifully shot.
It has BB Newworth and who's Fraser's brother? What's his name?
I don't know. All I remember to call him is Niles.
Yeah, Niles. Yeah,
it has Niles.
But we know
he
who you
plays
mean.
Paul, her husband.
Yeah,
and BB Newworth plays her best friend.
They danced around the fact that they were spies a little bit.
Yeah.
They do talk about being in the OSS, and there's FBI stuff and all kinds of cultural things happening in the 50s, 60s. It's really well done. It doesn't have explosions. It doesn't have fucking lightsabers, but we've been enjoying the hell out of it.
Yeah, it's just a really lovely show, and it's written with character and feeling and
tremendous setups and payoffs. Tremendous seed planting and just it's excellently written. So anybody check it out. It's just called Julia. It's on HBO.
Yeah.
Very good stuff and very wholesome at the same time. Not that it's vanilla, but it is.
No, I wouldn't call it vanilla.
It's very wholesome,
but it's positive. It's uplifting.
Positive entertainment.
Yeah. It's positive and uplifting without being preachy, without girl bossing her way into anything or out of anything. It's just a tremendously well written, well acted, lovely show.
Yeah, and the thing about, I mean, the if you know anything about Julia Child, it really is a great human story.
Yes.
Clearly.
About someone who ran up against obstacles and she's like, nah, bitch, I'm taking those down. Not through
Julia was not having it from any.
No, right. Again, she was certain of her desire, and yeah, she took some lumps along the way.
Once
but
she realizes that she wants to be able to do something, she does not let anything
right,
stand in her way.
right, and she will take setbacks and be like, oh yeah, okay, so I learned from that and I get better. Not I'm a Mary Sue who just can do all the things all at once.
No, not even close.
She learns by doing,
She
and
learns by doing. She
necessarily
also
by
has
doing.
an incredibly supportive system around her as well.
Starting
Paul
with her
loves her.
husband.
Paul supports her in every way.
Right.
And unconditionally is happy to be in her shadow and be the rock of her life so that she can
Bloom.
expand and bloom and be this star that she is meant to be.
Right. And I think the interesting thing about Julia's life is the thing that everybody always tries to lap off, or it's been subverted now because of whatever generation wave of feminism that hates all men now is currently rolling through, right? That you know the story of behind every great man stands, a great woman, right? That is true in the opposite as well.
Yes,
that you
100%.
have to have a person who is intimate and cares about you to back you up, because shit gets real sometimes, and it is awfully hard to stand as an individual, right? The idea of the great man or great woman
Well,
through history,
unless you're
is a
the
load of shit.
Unabomber.
Yeah, well, I mean, and how did that work out for him?
How do you
a
know?
woman would have said, "I'm sorry, you did what? No, that's a bad plan.
Well, he had
need
a
to fix
few.
that shit."
He had a few quality decades, clearly.
He also had that unfortunate. We're going to do a lot of experiments with you on Harvard psychology. Thanks.
Well,
that works out well.
We all get a trial.
I'm just poking fun, by the way.
But the idea of that and this is true for companies, for studios, for directors, for anything in film, right? The idea of I'm the great thing that makes it work, right? Lucas is a great example of this, as are many others, right? Where I'm the genius because everybody tells me that or whatever. Without your support team, without Marsha, without the other people who rein you in, who break that off, right? That when you start huffing your own farts, you have already engaged in hubris, and Nemesis has noticed your shit and is going to come and make a visit, and you're not going to like it, right?
There is a fantastic scene, I think it's at the end, toward the end of season 1, where she's at this I think it's an award ceremony or something like that.
The final episode.
Yeah, and Betty Friedan sits down next to her.
Oh, yes.
And chastises her for encouraging women to be in the kitchen.
Right.
And
and
perpetuating
the
leaves
role.
Julia in tears, and she goes out and she's starting to
it unravels her.
Yeah, it does. It unravels her because she thinks she's expanding women's view of how to be a better cook, a better life, and
empowering women
by experimenting through a new form of cooking that they've never even tried, never even heard of.
And bringing joy to the table and bringing love to their families,
right?
Food
and she drags her down in the harshest way, and it completely unravels her. And she leaves, and she's near tears, and that's when the producer, who initially did not want to do the show at all, just looks at her and says, "You really don't understand her at all." And then they cut away. But then the final scene is her sitting in the lobby of this hotel wherever they're having the award ceremony, and she meets Fred Rogers, who gives her the most encouraging words. And by the end, I was just like sobbing
we were
It was
appalled.
so wonderfully
Right. The
heartwarming.
idea that somehow your greatness in artistry should be constrained because some other ass clown who
Yes.
hasn't actually achieved fuck all
By
other than
politics.
bitch and complain has dragged you down, and then people who are actually successful come and go, nah, blow that shit off. You are the real deal.
And
right.
she runs into the real deal with Fred Rogers, who just
Yeah.
pats her hand and sits down and looks at her in the eye and speaks to her as a human being, and it is amazing.
It really is
so
just
well
one of the
written.
most wholesome and wonderful moments, and having this sort of legendary woman in the cause of, you know, the women's movement in Betty Friedan, because she was a force of nature.
Sure.
But to have her come at her so harsh just was like, oh, you are a villain. I don't
Yeah,
like
I
you.
mean, in many ways. So again, the problem with forces of nature is so are hurricanes and tornadoes.
And
They can
Godzilla.
cause a lot of fucking damage. Yeah, Godzilla also a hell of a force of nature, at least in the good movies. But the left wing belief that everything is political is bullshit.
Jethro, I'm so sorry, dear.
Yeah.
Go get some
Yeah.
sleep, honey.
Let's hit the pause button for a second and let Jethro make his exit. It is.
I do want to say Merry Christmas and
Merry
I love
Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
I love B-Side so much. It's so much fun, and I'm excited to have this be one of the last things I do in 2023.
Well, I hope you'll join us next week.
That's
Yeah.
that's
You'll always have a seat here.
Jethro always dreamed of a copyright strike under his tree.
All right, buddy. We're gonna wrap up the show, but feel free
I'm
to.
gonna get a BB gun to shoot at it with.
Yeah,
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
All right. Well, good night,
Night,
everyone.
Good
and I will see
night.
you next week.
All right.
Oh, Iceman makes a special appearance. Herr Doctor.
Herr Doctor.
Das ist gut, yeah.
No, we're not having a heavy conversation.
No,
We're-
I think that there is whenever somebody says, well, this is the constraints of what you can do in order to be a true whatever, right? I'm immediately repelled
Yes.
with that, right? That human beings can show great artistry and great creativity and fulfillment in whatever they do. I don't care if you're shoveling shit.
Well, not
right?
only that, but
you can do that
he-
in a way where you take joy in it and you care about it. And
Well,
and
the
again,
mistake-
if no one else recognizes it, you do.
the mistake that the character Betty Friedan makes in the show is assuming that Julia isn't a good role model.
Right.
That's the mistake.
Well,
that-
again, it's her political constraints of this is the oppression keeping us down. I mean, yeah, because all women who have children and take care of the house are just settling for a thing. Bullshit.
right.
Betty, the only reason you believe that is you didn't do it. And you don't understand the rewards and the long-term payoffs to that kind of thing, right? There is nothing greater than having a child, raising a child, and realizing that again, those who win the future are only going to be there because they're fucking present for it, right? And that passing down, the teaching of morality, the teaching of everything, to take somebody who can't, all they can do is eat and shit, and through your efforts raise them into a functioning adult who can pursue their dreams and change the world one little bit at a time. There is nothing greater you can do.
Well, that's
period.
That's the problem that we're dealing with now in Extreme, which is there's only one right way to be right, and that is my biggest problem with what's
right. Well, you have to serve a greater truth. Fuck off in your greater truth. Right. I only have a finite amount of time on this world. I will spend it as I see fit. And if that thing impacts the only way that we have immortality, the only way that we have a life beyond ourselves is to affect other people in a way that they remember us. preferably not in the bad way.
People that are actively, passionately social political lose sight of the fact that there's more than one way to be a good person, and much less a good role model. But if you're making a positive impact on the people around you, it's not necessarily everyone's job to get out in the street and protest, the problem.
Right. And I don't represent
done it.
any group, right? I represent myself. That's it. Right.
And
I can't speak for a group. I can't be a role model for a group other than people who go, no, I like that path. I'll choose to follow that. And it has nothing to do with skin color or gender or sexual orientation or nationality or anything like that. Humans, when I see a great human endeavor, you look at that and go, man, I wish I was more like that.
When you see a good example of somebody doing great things,
right,
it should inspire you, not make you feel awful.
Right. It should be either inspirational, where it's like, okay, I can at least within the constraints of my, capabilities, pursue this, or it's aspirational, going, I'll never achieve that, but I damn well would like to strive to be that, right? Even if I fall short, at least I'm aspiring to be something more than what I am, right? There's the inspiration is a thing that it's within my capabilities if only I put forth the effort, right? Aspiration is a thing that is outside what I believe sometimes you can actually achieve your aspirations, but it's stepping outside of what you can do and being able to go, greater than what you are at this time.
Yeah.
What we have now is affirmation. You're perfect just as you are. What a boring fucking person you are. If you think this is the peak of your attainment of all that you could be.
We're on this weird pendulum swing where it's like, yeah, your feelings do matter, but your feelings don't necessarily make you right in the gestalt of everything. And when I was younger, I thought it was important to be right about every topic. And now that I'm older and tireder and wiser, it always comes back to like the people around me. You can call it community, you can call it family or whatever. If I'm doing the best I can in my daily life and making the best decisions I can for my family and the people that I care about and all of that is all you can ask of a fucking person trapped on this planet.
Right. You cannot change the world entire. The way that you change the world is one person, one moment at a time. Right. And the hope is that you either serve as that at the right place at the right time, you hit, the right butterfly that then has an effect, or that you serve as an example that others look at and go, yeah, I'm inspired or aspire to be that. And then that carries on. Right.
Yeah,
and again, it's a pebble dropped in the pond. You hope that the waves spread far enough that it affects the pond.
I can't remember what it's from. I think it might be from Waking Life, the Linklater film. They say everyone believes that in the past life that they were Cleopatra or fucking
right
or something else, but nobody wants to be a fucking grocery bagger in their past life.
Right. Nobody's Joe Schmo.
It's a sort of self-aggrandizement, this sort of delusional sense of being a
Well, the theory of the great man in history, right?
Yeah.
It was Napoleon. Yeah, it was Napoleon and a whole lot of other motherfuckers. Because Napoleon with a cannon is getting his ass wiped.
And the 500,000 guys that got shot for Napoleon.
Right.
And all of those guys mattered and all of those people were real.
Right. But the reason that Napoleon has a success is inspiring those others.
Yes.
To follow in a common vision. Right.
And because he was able to inspire those people does not make him a perfect person, just like Martin Luther King.
Doesn't mean you're right. Right.
George
Again, the
Washington.
inspiration is for good or ill. Right.
Yeah.
Your effect on the world is for good or ill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Try and make it good.
Yeah. And it starts in your own backyard. I'm
Right.
firmly
You get it one
convinced
person
of
at a time. Again, I'm gonna solve hunger. Have you fed your neighbor?
Right.
What the fuck are you talking about? World hunger? Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another thing about that was like that. Somebody invited a Buddhist monk to a lecture or whatever, and the monk had basically said, everybody wants to change the world. No one wants to do the dishes.
Right.
Right. Yes, exactly.
If you
But doing
want
the
to
dishes
help,
also changes the world,
right?
just in a much smaller scope.
And then
Yeah.
the attitude that you take towards doing those dishes makes all the difference.
Right.
If you're going to be
You're
grudging,
gonna bitch and complain and all that
and
stuff, and everybody
swear
thinks it
and-
sucks. If
and
you take a
resentment-
pride in your work,
yes, exactly.
then that again, you serve as a role model. People go, "Hey, this is an important thing," because he thinks it's important.
Yeah. And I think common people speaks for all the common people.
Clean your room,
Just
folks.
clean your own
That's
room,
true.
everybody. Everybody
Right.
be cool. Yeah. And on that note, I do want to end the stream. I have to get up early tomorrow.
You must die hard and even harder.
I'm gonna Hans Gruber my way through a pot of coffee. My wife is gonna shake me continuously for
Ho ho ho! Now I have a pot of coffee.
yeah to try and wrestle me out of bed. I am on the night shift, so this is gonna be rough. Everybody watching, I don't know what time zone you're in, but please join us on Two Hose. It's either on Dark Hour or Uninspired Reviewers
It
channel.
will be 11 and a half hours from now.
Yes.
So everyone take a nap and then come join us for Die Hard. Dark Hour is super excited about some of the stuff that he's prepped. He said the intro and outro that he wrote are really great. I sent him a couple of files. We have watched Die Hard twice in the last 2 days, and Barbara and I were both shocked at how good
I forgot how
was.
good it was because I hadn't
Yeah.
watched it in a really long time.
It really stands up.
It is a really well crafted film. It's
Yes, it
easily
is.
9 out of 10. It's exceptionally well written, well shot, carefully considered, and strangely diverse without shoving it down your throat.
Yes.
Yes.
There are people from all over the world and all different colors and all different stripes in that movie, and nobody made
Well,
a big
again,
deal about
the
it.
hero of the film is a fat black patrol cop.
Yeah.
Who learns to murder again in his redemption arc.
Indeed. Well, I mean, that guy was asking for it, so I'm good with it.
Yeah, it's either on Dark
It's either-
Hour or
yeah.
Uninspired. They alternate every week, so I can't remember which, but I have a link and I'll be there. So yeah, you should be subscribed to both by now, Jamma. So I don't. Fiona, are you lagging?
No,
Maybe.
she just came back into chat because she was doing something else, and she
Did
was
you
like,
hit
"By the way."
pause? Okay.
No, it had just been gnawing at her the whole time. You fuckers!
She's
How
still
dare
chewing
you
on-
deny his singing?
Yeah, she's still chewing.
Also,
on
a
broken-
great musical producer because more cowbell.
All right, Jay.
All right.
A pleasure as always, Barbara. I hope to hook up with you after the show.
Hey.
And
We're gonna have to change the name of that living room.
We have a date tonight. We're totally gonna sleep.
Oh, it'll still
together.
end in ing. I assure you.
And by sleep together, we mean sleep.
Sleep. Yes. Much like oral sex. We talk about having sex, then we fall asleep.
All right. Always a pleasure. Everyone in the chat that stuck it out, Oldest Gamer, Jamalama, Fiona. Thank you. guys.
Copyright strikes for all of you in chat.
Oh, wow. Let's go out on that. Hang on. Good night, everybody. We love you.
They show up on YouTube. He just wants the world outside to know what we do.